Hello everybody and welcome to the Auto Club Speedway for the second round of your Simraceway Car of the Year Championships for 2014. This car, the legendary Honda NSX GT500. If you've raced it before, you know what it's capable of. If you haven't, you are in for a ridiculously tasty treat, as it's going to be Kelsey G that starts on the inside line for pole position, Jim Wally on the outside in the red car, Dot Green in third, Blockle Sun in fourth as we kick off round two in the 500 to 900B Skillquant. Now in a slow start by the pole sitter, Blockle Sun does not deal with the banking well and spins, but the rest of the field charge their way down through to the first corner. Kelsey G is going to have to get that inside line. Jim Wally staying as high as he can here, knowing that he's got already the momentum around the outside. All he's going to do is keep that going in the right direction and sweep it, and of course he'll be going much faster come the back straight, but Kelsey slips underneath and after a poor start is able to retain onto that lead. Jim Wally dives up the inside, Dot Green takes full advantage. The two collide, Kelsey coming worse off, and Dot Green moves up into second place, so a complete turnaround to what qualifying proved to be. Is Jim Wally the leads with Doc in second, third for Kelsey and fourth for Cool Shen as well. Don't forget to tweet us your views of this race so far. Leave us a comment or two in the YouTube comment section here to the side of this video. Let us know your predictions, your views, and just how you're feeling today as we watch the races unfold. It's an 8-lap event here to kick things off, with the top four looking relatively close together as they get ready to come towards the end of lap number one. It's Suddenly put his car back in the right direction, and surprisingly, only 6 seconds away, despite spinning off the line, especially on cold tyres on banking. It's not exactly ideal. It's easy to be caught out there, but Local Sun's only about 6-7 seconds away, which is great to see. He's still a part of this race. There's plenty of time for him to reevaluate his situation with getting himself on the podium today. As the cars make their way back out onto the banking again, it's a stern lead for Jim Wally at the moment. Doc Green follows about 2.9 seconds behind, and it's Kelsey G in P3. Cool Chen is going very high there in P4 at the moment. I'm not too sure what he's trying to achieve. Maybe getting some cooler air into the air intakes and letting the car cool down just a little. Blockle Sun P5, and you can see only lost about 3 seconds overall in terms of pace that lap. He's still got a long way to go though. Down in towards that tricky first corner into the infield again. You've got those nasty tyre barriers on the inside. You can't be too aggressive, and I'll tell you what, Blockle Sun is reeling in Cool Chen now. You take a look on board with him here in his powerful Honda NSX. The Super GT just sounds absolutely luscious around the Auto Club Speedway, and Cool Chen will not be liking the incoming sound of Blockle Sun's car. Of course, the driver sits so low in this vehicle, visibility can be a real issue. But Blockle Sun's visibility is clear as day. As you can see, Cool Chen directly ahead of him through that chicane lip, down into about third gear through here, then second. Make sure you don't lock up just like Cool Chen did through there. And he's almost lost it again, and can he keep it on track? Oh, no, he can't. And the slightest tangent of oversteer sees Blockle Sun's race change fortunes yet again. He was so close there. But I guess it just does go to show testament to how hard that man really was pushing. He was going so far over the limit to get himself back in contention here, and it's just all gone backwards again. He's going to rebuild all of that progress. So Cool Chen will be wiping his forehead clear of sweat after that, I can assure you. Jim Wally won't be though. He's about a second and a couple of tenths quicker than Kelsey G that time, by the gap forever extending by the looks of things. The red car that started in second position is now in the lead of the race by quite some margin. Jim Wally now, you can see, down in towards those tricky opening complex of corners again. Kelsey now still relatively close. Then you've got Doc and Cool Chen, and Cool Sun, who's going to be driving like a madman over the next few laps or so to try and get himself back in this race. He's still not totally out of it yet. You can never quite write him off. He's proven his worth numerous times here in the history of Simraceway, and I expect him to do so once again here today. Keep an eye on the lap times as they will filter through as we enter the second stint in the race within the next few minutes. Jim Wally really has taken a leaf out of some of the bigger drivers booked here today. Racing in the 500 to 900B, and he's immediately making his impact. It was a great start on the outside. He couldn't quite take the lead into turn one, but a late dive up the inside really did catch our pole sitter off guard. Now, a man who's currently in second, Kelsey G, after a great move on Doc Green, is looking to try and keep his car there. Doc Green about 5 seconds away at the moment as they make their way over the start-finish line to start their fourth endeavour of this lovely oval. It's a 131.64 Doc Green, a 131 flat for the man ahead of him. Not good news there. 133.9 for Cool Chen. What's it going to be for Blockle Sun? And it's only redemption, a 131.4. So he is going extortionately quickly in comparison. But is it going to be quick enough to overtake Cool Chen by the end of this next couple of laps or so? Because he is gaining. And whilst he's gaining on Cool Chen as well, Doc Green's not that far ahead in the distance. This is the thing, whilst Jim Wally's up there really cashing names at the moment, he's making this circuit look ridiculously simple in this NSX Super GT. Meanwhile, Kelsey, Doc and Cool Chen have races which are anything but certain in terms of a good result. They could really still flop here today, or at least have a late twist of fate. You never know what's going to happen here in Simraceway until that checkered flag falls. You never know. It's going to go down. So Cool Chen over the chicane, and he's being chased by Blockle Sun at that same corner again, who almost lost control of the car, and he's going to be getting slightly infuriated now. Obviously, the more you try to correct that error, the more it could reoccur. And I think Blockelsun's going to be quite content with his race position. If he can pass Cool Shen, if not, I'm sure he's going to feel quite resentful, at least, towards his own driving. And it's been a shame, to be fair. He's driven absolutely brilliantly. But a couple of costly errors. One on the start line, which set the tone for his race. Another just a couple of laps later has really made him pay the price here today. But overall, the lap pace has been great. It's a 1:32.2 there. Again, another 5/10 quicker than Blockelsun, but well, than Cool Gen, sorry. But I don't think that's going to be enough at this rate. He's got to be going at least 1 to 2 seconds faster if he's got any chance of overtaking the man in 4th position. So there's still plenty of time here. We've still got 4 laps to go, but things just looking like they may not be all rosy and dandy here at the Auto Club Speedway. He's going to have a real battle on his hands. Doc Green tries to stay relatively close to Kelty G. Again, that's a lot easier said than done. These cars make their way around, and I think it just may be a case for a lot of them of keeping the car on the circuit, not overdriving the vehicle, and letting the race come to you. Most of the hard work has been completed here. You don't need to be going overboard and trying to get the most out of the car now, especially for Jim Wally, who's got an extortionately large advantage. You don't want to be throwing that away by trying to beat personal best. Just keep the car well, nicely and neatly placed on the circuit, and let the race come to you. So over the line to start another one, and Jim Wally with a 1:30.5. That is easily the fastest lap of the race so far. He's 6/10 faster almost than Kelty G in second. Doc Green with a 1:32, a 1:33.1 for Cool Shen, and a 1:30.8 for Blockelsun. And if there's ever a feeling of disappointment, it's that Blockelsun is just absolutely flying in open air. He's got the pace to be fighting with the race leader, and instead he's so far behind Cool Shen at the moment. Jim Wally went into this lap with a 4.7 second lead over Kelty G. With that last lap time, I'm sure it may have risen just a tad. Doc Green still has Kelty firm in his sights. It may not be the end of the road here for these two. You never know when a late mistake's going to come as we get ready for the penultimate lap. Kelty looking quite aggressive there as he goes over the apex. He's hardly taking it back in his stride, is he? He's still pushing them as hard as he can here. I think realising that Jim Wally is still technically in his sights. You can't really, as a racing driver, back off, and a bit of a wiggle there for Kelty. The oversteer starting to become an issue, as is Cool Shen's battle for 4th. It may not be over. Whilst he escaped early on, Blockelsun has been laying a new effort of tarmac here, isn't he? No question about it. Look how close he is now as he flies over those apexes. Watch out, I think there may be a new fastest up on the horizon. Jim Wally with a 1:30.7, almost again a second faster than Kelty G. 1:31.5 for Doc. And for Cool Shen, it's going to be a relatively slower time. It's going to be a 1:34.7 and a 1:31.7 for Blockelsun. So 3 seconds faster again. He's got 2 more laps here in what will be a very characteristic drive for Blockelsun. It's very easy as well, bear in mind that this man spun at the start line. If you spin at the start line, it can be very easy as a driver to just say, no, you know what, I'm not going to get anything out of this race now, it's all over. Hang up your boots and quit the game. But Blockelsun maintained focus, then he spun again, which would be another mental blow to most drivers who would surely quit the game. But in Simraceway, you know it's all to play for, and the man has just been so full of character, so full of motivation, and is now just a few millimetres away from potential 4th place. Return to the race battle for second as well. Kelty and Doc Green are separated by a lot more than they were previously, as Jim Wally looks to put this 6th nail in the coffin. He's about 9 seconds clear currently as he goes through the chicane and rejoins the oval in a second. But it's all about Blockelsun and Cool Shen at the moment, isn't it? All 5 cars still running here as well. It's a small field, but we've had no shortage of exciting racing thus far. A game that a characteristic that only Simraceway really has, and he's got a game! 3 strikes and you're out. Blockelsun spins for the 3rd time at the Auto Club Speedway, and he will be livid inside that cockpit as he starts the penultimate lap. It's going to give Cool Shen a breath of fresh air again, and he has been running scared this afternoon. Blockelson may have sealed his own fate there, and he'll be absolutely distraught. You look at the pace that this man has, there's no question. He's got the speed to be near the front of the field, but he just doesn't have that overall race character at the moment. He doesn't have the racing mentality or the overall package thus far. It may change in the last 2 rounds of the championship, but for this one, he's going to leave Auto Club in a world of disappointment. It's a real shame. I think everyone knows he's a very capable young man, and I'm sure he'll get to show his real potential as the rounds evolve in the championship, but in the second round, it's going to be one word that's flowing on everyone's lips, and that one word is Jim Wally. He's been simply emphatic today. He made his intentions clear from the get-go. He got alongside our pole sitter Dot Green, went round the outside, switched to the inside to make a passing move, and has since never looked behind him. It has been a stunning drive from Jim Wally here as we come towards the end for the first race of the afternoon. The lights flash, and it will be a celebratory Mother's Day for Jim Wally. He wins the second round of your Car of the Year Championship for the 2014 runners, and Kelsey G is going to cross in second place. A great result there for him. The pole sitter Dot Green, of course, is in third place. It's Cool Chen, we presume he's going to take fourth. We'll watch them cross the line, and Blockelson is going to cross very bitterly disappointed. We know he's pacey. He's already proven to us today that he's got the pace to run with the front runners, but it just hasn't quite worked out for him. Cool Chen fourth, Blockelson fifth. But a massive congratulations to our first winner of tonight, Jim Wally. We'll be right back with you shortly to watch the drivers for the 500 to 900 A race around the Auto Club Speedway for round 2 of your 2014 Car of the Year Championship. Be sure to go and get yourself some snacks and drinks. It's going to get thoroughly entertaining. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back live to the Auto Club Speedway here for the second round of Simraceway's Car of the Year Championship. It's a 500 to 900 A race currently. We've seen previously the TGR team have sheer dominance at the front of the field, but will they achieve the same today? The two white Honda NSX GT500 starts on the front grid. Let's see what TGR Walker and Moore can do. Walker's had a bit of a terrible start. He got so much power off the line, it was too much to handle. And now SVP Master sending his surge to the inside of the circuit. Everyone's scrambling around, and look how many cars they've got wide here, almost 4 wide as they go down to the first corner. Everybody's got to try and stay in their respective lines. If they don't, it can be utter chaos. The entrance to that first cut towards the infield is quite wide, and Rob Nitro gets clobbered, and we may well get a restart. That's wiped out a solid half the field. If Dancing on Ice what's going to be judged here today, that was a solid 7.5. Utter chaos there. I think it was one of the TGR drivers that got involved, maybe TGR Alluri, that hit the back of Rob Nitro. We'll get confirmation soon, but the warm-up just going to get restarted again for the drivers to try and regroup, and then we'll give the race one more try. So I think it may have been Yardstick done a bit of a bad start as well, but the drivers will be back on the grid very shortly. So the drivers lining up on the grid for their second attempt. If the first attempt has taught us anything, then it's going to be that the draft plays a crucial role here at the Auto Club Speedway. As the TGR drivers start on the front row again, another chance for them. They've got to be careful. We saw in the first race today that the banking itself is proving to be an issue. The drivers get the power down, the back wheels spin, and they can't seem to correct the slide before they get off the line. These are powerful Super GTs at the end of the day, and it's been a much tidier start now. Alluri going straight through the middle there in the midfield. That's going to be for about 5th position. He's gone straight from the outside to going 3 wide. Meanwhile, the top 6 have all gone line astern. You can see it's going to be TGRD Moore that leads his teammate around in the field. Master Rocco trying to sneak through the inside there. There is a bit of a gap with the 2 white Super GTs trying to have each other's back here. TGR looking for another win as they go down into the corner. We've got another restart on the way. Aegis 1601 was involved. Molnar, I think, as well. Again, potentially for Yardstick there as well. So obviously pre-race tensions, just getting a bit of the best for the drivers at the moment. It's difficult to do, isn't it, just to get that composure at the start of the race. It's so tricky. You've got a field of about 16 cars and one driver loses control at this oval, and it's going to be utter chaos. And it's what we've seen twice now. The top field able to get away quite cleanly, especially the top 3 or 4 cars. The midfield didn't do too badly, but one incident in the backfield can change the course for everyone. We'll give it one more shot in just a moment's time. So I think it was ages 16:01 involved in a start line incident yet again here. But let's see if he can maybe finally get the better of the banking here at the Auto Club Speedway this time round. It is TGR that starts on the front row. They've had two different methods thus far of trying to defend that lead into the first couple of corners. Are they going to find the ultimate success this time, or is SDEV Master Rocco still going to try and split the pairing again? Let's find out. And a big start there by Master Rocco. I mean, he's trying to get to the inside. More in the middle, Walker falls to the outside. There's simply no room. Now Supercar 1 there may prove to be a bit of a competitor here today as they go down in towards turn 1. Everyone leaving a lot more space this time round is what we like to see. All the way some respect out there currently. Watch out for the red Super GT. Here comes Master Rocco then. Is he going to have enough to give it a shot on the inside? Yes, he will. Another spin again. Now, are we going to get a third restart or no? Yeah, we are. So another restart on the way. The cars involved that time were TGR and Walker, actually. So the man who started from second on the grid involved in an incident there as well. I think, again, the incident coming from the backfield. A car spinning over that first corner and collecting numerous vehicles. So fingers crossed the drivers can get a bit of a cool down and see what the outcome's going to be here. So we go again for these drivers as Master Rocco's almost had them 3 times so far. 3 times the race has been restarted due to start line collisions, and Master Rocco again starting to prove to be that dominant. He may be starting from third behind the 2 TGR boys. I'll tell you what, he's definitely got the pace to be at the front of the field. He's been able to get to that inside line before. Will D Moore go defensive to prevent it from happening and go down? He goes kind of up where Walker has a terrible start. And he's lost the lead and he may have just lost second. Master Rocco punishes him for that one. There was never going to be another way around that one. You make a bad start and the SDEV driver is going to punish you. So Master Rocco currently in and TGR sandwich. Going to maybe become the bread when he gets to the end of this corner. He's being pushed so far wide, having to cut underneath. Walker's there. It's very scary stuff. They're walking a tightrope through here, and for the first time today, everyone's through cleanly. Much better start. A couple of cars on the grass, but nothing really to report home about. Master Rocco all over, and Walker now has been able to somehow get his car back in the lead of the race. This is not a race, this is a showdown at the moment. Master Rocco will be feeling slightly hard done by come the end of last race. It was TGR that walked away smiling, and this time Master Rocco wants to be the man at the top of the podium. Into the hairpin they go. Walker holds it very nicely indeed, and look how close that red Super GT is already. It's like the two are in a completely different class. They've got a huge gap to the other cars in the field already. Down now into that short chicane, and Walker holding his nerve this far. Master Rocco doing everything he can here to stay within mirror what the man ahead of him's doing. It's been a very tidy first lap in comparison to what we've seen. We've got Aegis 1601 slightly off track again, but not too much of a scenic route there. 1.7 petrol making his debut. Supercar 1 down at the back of the field. Not being a good start for Pedro Ramos, one of our regulars here at Sim Raceway. Now, Master Rocco, we said earlier on about how the draft is so effective here at Auto Club. Let's see if Master Rocco can prove that for us here today. He's going to hang it around the outside. It's not quite working at the moment. He's going to maybe switch back underneath to make a move into that chicane. Let's see if he can do it. He's gone for the inside line, and it's got to be left room there, and Walker's got to be self-aware, and he's done so, and he's actually allowed Master Rocco back on the outside for the next corner. These two slicing and dicing, leaving no paint untouched here on the track. They're using every bit of tarmac possible, and somehow Walker defends again. The bad news is he's got another 14 and a half laps of this yet, if things stay as they are. Meanwhile, a bit further down the field, it's the TGR representative in third place. Oh, Master Rocco, it's Walker, and both cars are off the circuit. And if there's ever a spanner in the works, that may just blow the engine up. Master Rocco collides with the man in front. I don't know if this is going to result in any kind of penalty for him. No, Aegis off, and again, TGR and Walker's not happy. And understandably so as well. And Master Rocco there apologising, and I think he may give the position back out of racing respect. We'll have to wait and see. We've got another spinner there. Is that a lorry? The TGR, I think it may be. Oh, it's Asphalt Fliege, I beg your pardon. So Asphalt taking, I mean, still spins on the asphalt, but I guess it's all kind of got a little bit haywire now. So the new race leader is Kobayashi 10 with WTTN1 in second. It's Robin Yardstick battling over third place at the moment as WTTN is trying to escape these two greyhounds that are chasing him down around the outside of this oval. You've got TGR and Walker up to 5th, Master Rocco still 6th, and then what looks like a clash of clans in the backfield. TGR D Moore trying to tiptoe his way past SDEV Tiptoe, and he's going to be pushed for room there, and he's having to back out of it. Stern defending from the SDEV driver. He's really taken the fight to TGR this race, no doubt about it. Now Walker is already trying to make his way back up the order. We said he's P5. He's right behind Yardstick, already giving him a what for. And then just up ahead of him, we've got Rob Nitro, then WTTN M1, and then Kobayashi 10. The good news here for Walker, whilst it's not exactly the best news he'll hear in his life, is that of course they're still relatively close together at the moment. They're not separated by a huge amount. If this had happened on lap 15-16, or 13-14 I should say, then it may be all over. We'll be down to 4th, the cars will be so far ahead, but because it's early days, they're all still grouped together, which means that he's got a real shot here at reclaiming the lead that he took the pole position, or alongside pole 4 at least. Now they make their way back out onto the oval, and look how close he is already to the back of Yardstick. Master Rocco is in P6, P7 is SDEV Tiptoe, so the two drivers there looking to do everything they can at the moment. Don't forget, if you're currently watching this broadcast on the YouTube channel, send us a few tweets at Simraceway, at Liam Jenkins 21, or leave a comment in the YouTube section. Let us know what you think of the racing so far, who you think is going to win, and some predictions. And now Walker looking to make his presence known. He makes a lackluster move up the inside, and he's going to try and sweep it all the way around the second part of the apex. He's got one nitro from the main to be a bit of a moving block, but he's made that stick absolutely beautifully. It's a risky pass, and he's made it pay off. That was a gorgeous bit of driving from the TGR driver. He's lit those brake lights up a glowing red colour. So a bit further back, Master Rocco, then Tiptoe, D-Moore and Alluri. So the two TGR drivers together, D-Moore will be absolutely gutted. He's down to 8th place after where he started on the grid, of course. And now Moore trying to drift his way out the inside there, and he's actually locked the front wheel completely over the apex, and that may allow his teammate through. Alluri does take full advantage of the situation. Gets past his teammate. I don't think there'll be any really battling between them. It'll be a fairly simple affair, especially given the fact that this field's been so competitive today. Barely anything separating the groups of drivers we've got, and then in no man's land currently is Master Rocco. And he started third, got up to second early on. It could have been first, and now he's really got to work because the top 5 are in that big super draft at the moment. And I feel sorry for M. Walker, who's getting the dirty air ripped off that one. It's not good news for him, but to me, I just think he's so far away, Master Rocco, at the moment. And he's losing out big time because the more these guys draft down the straights and along the banking, the more time he's going to lose because the speed boost and a big hit there, and Walker colliding with Rob Nitro. And it's the same corner where all of the accidents have happened today. Rob Nitro responding with a bit of a nudge of his own, and it's a blessing for Master Rocco, who desperately wants to try and outdo the TGR squad here today. And he's now in up to 4th position, 2 places ahead of M. Walker. And this race just full of unpredictability here. It's absolutely ruthless. It's dog eat dog here at Auto Club Speedway. Don't forget, this track and every other circuit free currently in Simraceway. So if you are watching us for the first time here today, the game's to play. You get 8 cars absolutely free of charge here at all our circuits as well. And don't forget, we've got a brand new car here added into the Stage 0 ladder, meaning it is free, and that of course belonging to the student FSAE car. You will not want to miss that one. Formula FSAE, I beg your pardon, to Stage 0. So the Formula student car, which of course is something exceptional, built by students in America that goes out to circuits and races. Great bit of machinery, and it's also a vision for the future as to where these students may be working in the world of motorsport. You can drive that car and find out what it's like to be part of an ongoing project here at Simraceway. And then you can actually view footage of the real FSAE car over at our Facebook page for Simraceway's Yardstick right now. We'll be looking to make a highlight reel again on the Facebook page. Trying to attack his teammate Master Rocco over what is now 4th position. He's got W2TNN ahead of him. He's fighting with, and then you've got all the cars behind him starting to line up faster and faster. It's starting to get a bit trainy back there now. More carriages starting to be added to the Hogwarts Express. Now Kobe actually dives into the hairpin, and he's gone very wide there, the racer. You know he cuts in nice and deep, but I'm sure he won't want to be going that wide every time. It's going to cost him some severe sector splits, I can assure you. He's round the outside there. He's trying supercar in. Let's give a bit of praise here to Pedro. He was down as low as 13th, if you remember, at the start of his race. He's now up to 8th place. So through all the drama, all the catastrophes that other drivers have faced, Supercar 1 has kept his cool, he's kept his head down, and he's now fighting in the midfield. So great recovery drive so here for Supercar 1. And despite a little bit of black there, he's onto the grass at the moment. See what that man really is capable of in the coming moments. So he's joining the oval now behind SDEV Tiptoe. Massive hello down to Alex Fusion, Doodle127's in the chat, Megan Bowles who's cheering on the TGR team, AJM Karting as well saying hello, and Lazarus Philippakos, Mr. Ruggy 1970, all of the guys who are currently saying hello in the YouTube comments. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. Don't forget to follow us at Simraceway for all the latest news, and TGRM walking out at the inside of Rob Nitro. This one for 5th position, signed, sealed, delivered, and Walker back inside the top 5, and the man ahead of him, would you believe it, is the man that put these two drivers back in this position to start with. It's SDEV Master Rocco. Now, will there be any bad blood between these two drivers, or is it all going to be buried under the hatchet and they'll be racing on as if it never happened? It's easier said than done as a driver, because you do want to get personal vengeances out of the way and then win just to spite them at times. This is how rivalries are formed, and you've got to feel like this could be a Simraceway Classic in the making if these two drivers keep going the way they are. It could be an extortionate rivalry. I mean, race number 1 was brilliant to watch. And now race 2, it looks like SDEV have really trained hard here just to get the upper hand. All that training may have paid off. Our race leader currently by a comfortable margin as we approach the halfway stage is Kobayashi 10. Over the line he goes and sets a 1:29.7, so really flying at the moment. But watch out now, what's going to be interesting is SDEV Yardstick now. He's got a 29.4 there purely because of the draft. He got a great run, and that run's going to carry him through the side draft as well. He's going right around the outside here, looking for 2nd position to put an SDEV car 1 place higher in the standings. How is he going to be able to get it done? He's stuck on the outside before cutting inwards. There's no way He's sneaking underneath there. He carried a lot more speed into the corner, and now his teammate's going to have a look in. Here comes Master Rocco, and will now take over the reins from Yardstick in what looked like a bit of a driver switch almost, just to see if Master Rocco can attack for second as opposed to Yardstick. Now what this also has done is create more obstacles for the TGR team, because not only to get to Master Rocco they've got to overtake him, but now TGRM Walker has got to overtake another SDEV car. And if they're going to have a bit of rear gunner support SDEV, then they want to keep TGRM Walker at bay for as long as possible to allow Master Rocco to just eke out a bit of a lead, making it as hard as possible for M Walker to push his way back through. So we've also got a bit of an update as well as TGR Moore. Now D-Moore is, where's that to? That's into the chicane. Now reports have told me from our race administrator that he's actually killed his engine during downshifting into that corner. Now is this a retirement for TGR D-Moore? Because if it is, that is huge news. D-Moore is starting this race at the very front of the grid and got into that treacherous chicane yet again, maybe downshifted too quickly. The engine has said no, not today, and completely given up by the looks of things here. TGR D-Moore out of the race then. Our first retirement of the day is a man who not many people predicted to retire. That is a massive blow in terms of their championship charge as we enter the final two races in the next 2 weeks. Tiptoe and Alluri now getting a bit feisty as well. Tiptoe trying to overtake the third TGR driver here today. Tiptoe makes his way through, bit of a nudge back from Alluri, and the two drivers end up side by side again in what is going to be described as a McLaren versus Ferrari sort of prestige battle at the moment, or if you want to talk Formula 1, Mercedes v Mercedes. Just to talk there, but this is becoming a war faster than any of us thought possible. TGR versus SDEV. It seems every driver they've got implemented into the side is matched by someone on the opposition. So for instance, you've got D-Moore and Master Rocco, Tiptoe and Alluri, and then Yardstick and then Walker, who are I'm sure set to do battle very shortly indeed. You've got the top four, or second to fifth even, very close together. The Master Rocco train starting to expand. WTTN M1 is actually overtaken Yardstick, so he can't really do much about that. All he wants to do really is keep M Walker at bay. It's now a one-person assault on the top five for TGR M Walker to see if he can get his car into a respectable position after a tricky race so far. Ash 8-3, they're saying go Kobayashi, so the man who's leading this race having a bit of a follow-in. Megan, of course, cheering on the TGR team, saying Walker can recover this. He's poised to do so currently, but it's a long road ahead of him and it's going to be tricky. He's got to be tiptoeing his way round. He can't be too aggressive, and he takes the opportunity there, and he's almost ended up clobbering into WTTN M1. How the two never made contact, I will never know. That was almost a dance with death there. M Walker now up into fourth. He's looking at WTTN M1. Frightening scenes for the SDEV team now as this race is rapidly becoming chill once again. WTTN M1 essentially a free agent. He's not with a team at the moment. He's racing for himself, and M Walker gives him a bit of a nudge. And I think, well, Rob Nitro spins behind him, collides with Yardstick. And then I think that's Yardstick has actually gone off in the distance, is it? Yes, it is. So that promotes Supercar further. He's now 8th place. ATS Molnar up into 7th. Good to see him there in the midfield. Solid performance by Molnar so far. Yardstick and Aegis battling there now as Yardstick's trying not to get overtaken by yet another TGR machine as the Honda goes up the inside. Alluri makes his way through. So really, it's just a war, isn't it? TGR versus SDEV. If this was WrestleMania, this would be the main event. Absolutely unbelievable to see. Kobayashi, meanwhile, has probably switched on Classic FN, reading a book and doing some Sudoku while sipping some champagne, because he's gently making his way around this circuit, completely oblivious to all the carnage that's going on behind him. Over 10 seconds clear between Master Rocco and himself at the moment. Kobayashi, having escaped into the lead early on, is looking for another victory here in Simraceway's first of the championship. As Master Rocco and Walker now rematched once again, as Walker has actually surpassed the WTTN vehicle. Although WTTN M1 is trying to come back, and we'll see. He's got the speed to do so, I don't think he does. Coming off of that corner, Master Rocco looking exceptionally good so far, but this has been a breathtaking race, isn't it? We've still got 5 laps remaining, don't forget, and that's just a bit of frustration showing from Walker there, trying anything he can to get at the inside of Master Rocco, but he's got to be careful if he tries any more moves like that. There are 3 cars ready to just inject venom into the race and snatch a podium away from TGR here today. What has M Walker got to do to pass Master Rocco? TGR have the laughing qualifying, and it's currently the SDEV team that are looking the strongest in the race. TGR a man down after D-Wall's engine gave up after, I think, just killing the engine, going into the turn 2 complex. So easily done though, and you downshift so quickly, especially if you're with another car as well and you miss your initial braking point. Obviously you go by the signs on the right hand side normally on the fence there, not here at the Auto Club Speedway, so you're going off pure instinct. Most drivers tried to sync it up with a pear tree, or by a certain time they cross, there's a black board on the side of the circuit. Another one's gone, another engine's gone as we talk about it, and it's Rob Nitro this time. Just as we mentioned braking points at that very corner, Rob Nitro somehow doesn't collect anyone, but he's out of the race from, I think it was about 6th position. So huge scenes here at the moment, and Walker down to 7th as well. It's surely allowed to get away. TGR and Laurie is actually ahead of Walker at the moment. But Laurie versus Walker in a bit of an inter-squad battle. This is going to be interesting. Let's see what Walker can do from this position, this far back in the field. 1.7 petrol there, taking a more scenic route at the hairpin before rejoining. But as we were talking about, there is a black sponsor board. I think that's where they play the advertisements and all of the sponsors, sometimes the standings, that sort of thing. That's on the back straight before that corner, and Molnar spins. I will get this sentence out eventually. Molnar spins again from 6th place. Unfortunate there, he was running very well indeed, but most drivers try to sync that black board up with their braking point due to there being no markers here today. And when you're following another car, visibility and cockpit view here is so limited that by the time you realise you missed your braking point, you're hammering the paddle so much to get the car down to 2nd. The engine can't cope, the revs go through the roof, and it literally explodes, and it's been a real issue here today. It's the 2nd time it's happened this race. As we get into the final few moments, we'll see the board I'm on about very shortly. If you take a look at Tiptoe at the moment, you can see him riding on board. Now, you can see when he brakes there, yeah, just by that palm tree, there's that little board, and that's where you try to get the braking right, and if you can't hit it, then that's where the problems start to come in. And that's where, in fact, the problems have really played drivers here today, is I think that's asphalt for the age again, taking a bit more of a scenic route here at the Auto Club Speedway. But 3 laps to go, and your top 5 looks like this. We haven't done a rundown just yet, so Kobayashi has a huge lead at the moment. It may just be all she wrote for Kobayashi 10. However, a bit further back, it is taking a monumental turn. Supercar 1 is now currently 2nd position, ahead of Master Rocco in 3rd. WTTN1 is P4, and Aegis 1601 is P5. Supercar 1 was 13th at the early stages of this race, so didn't start right trouble and was down fighting for last position. He's now up to 2nd. Now, to keep 2nd, he's got to keep Master Rocco at bay. But let's see what Pedro Ramos is made of here. He is exceedingly impressive here in Simraceway. One of our regulars' experience is going to prove to be invaluable here today in this Honda NSX duel in the penultimate lap. What can Supercar 1 bring to the table? Master Rocco looking for any way through he can. Pedro naturally trying to defend the inside, but he's gone too deep, and I think Master Rocco is going to take that one. Can Ramos cut underneath? The answer is not quite. Oh, he's gone to the outside. He's still got an outside shot. The pace he's got to carry, it'll be great vision if he can pull it off and anticipate a Master Rocco going too deep. He doesn't. And yes, the EV driver back into 2nd, but nonetheless, well, the Supercar now finishes 3rd or 10th. The drive he's given us today has been nothing short of absolutely outstanding. He deserves a lot of praise wherever he finishes, without a shadow like that. And a bit of feedback here with H83 as well, saying that the car is tricky to drive, and he thinks everyone is showing that. And that is absolutely true. There's no doubt in my mind how tricky this car really can be. to get around the circuit. All you've got to do really is take a look at just the stats on the thing. Of course, made back in 2009. It gets from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. It's got 6,000 revs per minute, 500 horsepower, and a top speed of over 200 miles an hour. The car is a monster. It is absolutely difficult to contain. It's trying to tame a lion that's got his eyes set on a wild zebra. You just simply really struggle here. It takes a special kind of human to tame the beast that's known as the Honda Super GT. But one man who's done so today arguably has been Kobayashi. This current track combo has proved to be invaluable, and of course is where the Honda is raced in real life. Supercar still looking at a podium. If Master Rocco continues to make tiny little errors like that, they all add up. TTN in 4th, Aegis in 5th. M. Walker down in 6th, Tiptoes in 7th, it's Molnar 8th, 90s Yardstick 10th, 1.7 petrol, 11th Liège, and well, run retirement is going to be Rob Nitro, the other TGR D-Mall, both with engine explosions, as Alluri rounds out your order so far in 12th place. And we'll see how things fare into the final lap then. So Kobayashi is set to try and get a victory here today. 2nd place is not so certain, bearing in mind that it's not the circuit that Master Rocco's got to worry about. He's got to hold off Supercar when they get to the oval. Now, what happens at the oval? The answer is a massive draft effect. Master Rocco is going to stop Supercar 1 from getting alongside and utilising that side draft. But meanwhile, Kobayashi 10, the headlights are on. He's going to celebrate a win, a huge win for Kobayashi. The 2nd round of the championship belongs to him. Can Supercar 1 pull off a heroic here? He's gaining, but Master Rocco wins. He's taken only a huge 2nd place. And it's a huge points all over his rivals over at TGR. It may not be a win, but it's a massive result. A big podium in a difficult race, but Supercar 1, driver of the day without question. Absolutely remarkable drive. As low as 13th, finishes in 3rd. The positivity and the passion of that young man know no bounds. He's still in his early teens than Pedro Ramos, who's tried his hands, I remember, at helping out with the broadcast here. He's got a massive love for Simraceway, and that has been demonstrated with that result. What a drive. WTTNN takes 4th place ahead of ATS Aegis 1601. A good job there for Aegis, bearing in mind he's already spun a couple of times. Disappointment reckons for the TGR team. The 2 drivers who started on pole end up 6th place and not finishing. So disappointment there, but it was a very tricky race. Tiptoe takes 7th with Molnar in 8th place. Yardstick is in P9, 1.7 petrol in 10th. Asphalt Liège 11th, and TGR Alluri in P12, with Rob Nitro and TGR D-Mall both experiencing engine failures. So that's all she wrote here from Auto Club Speedway for this Skillquant, as our 2 race winners, Jim Wally and Kobayashi 10, claim the victories in this one. Don't forget, we've got 2 more races coming up for you in the 900 to 1100 B and A races. The big boys come out to play here at Auto Club in the Honda NSX for round 2 of your Car of the Year 2014 Championships. Don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter. Let us know what you thought of that race. If this is anything to go by, the next one is going to be a stormer. So welcome back live to the Auto Club Speedway. We've seen the 500 to 900 Skillquant and what they're capable of. Now let's see the 900 to 1100. We've seen some breathtaking action so far. And as Ondrej Pása lines up on pole position, will he be able to stop A. Costa and the STEV teams all lining up behind him from taking that position away? 21 laps of Auto Club are officially underway. Big start by the poles into Popo CZ. Doesn't get off too well at all, but neither does Diamond-Back, who was faster down the order, quicker than you can say the word Auto Club. Absolutely dreadful from Dimit-R. He started in the heart of the midfield. He now finds himself right at the rear as A. Costa tries to take away the lead that Ondrej Pása has currently. It's going to be close as they go down into that first corner. Take a look, because there's going to be some argy-bargy racing going on. A. Costa's very wide. Who's going to punish him for that one? Andy Bob being pushed off circuit, and a bit of a nudge there. We've got a car spot round. I don't think it's worthy of a restart. Only one car. There is a restart. So there is one car that's stranded on circuit. I think it was Andy Bob that actually took a bit of a knock. #83 may have been involved in it. Pro driver was not happy with the call there. Neither will a lot of drivers be. Actually, one driver who will be quite relieved, I think, to be honest, will be Diamond-Back after sinking down the order extremely quickly. He's got a slight chance at redemption. We'll be back with you for the restart in just a moment. the pre-race nerves have been relieved for our drivers here today as they'll take to the grid one more time. It's Andre Passer, as we say, that will start on the very front row of the grid. A. Costa right behind him in second, Andy Bob third, Popo fourth, and Diamondback, who started in P5 last time, and his race went severely backwards, severely quickly. He's got a shot of redemption here today. Watch out for Alex Jusian starting all the way back in P7. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, but will he get the start he needs? We've got Enzo 7993 making his debut here today as well, but how's this race going to fan out for the drivers at the front of the field? Andre with a slow start last time, much better this time, and Andy Bob, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a restart somehow. Not the worst start in the world. I think we've seen a lot worse before, but one driver makes a mistake on that banking and it's all going to go severely backward. We've seen it a million times before. And again, a short break for the drivers to try and recuperate. So 3 times lucky is often the saying at Auto Club Speedway. We'll see if that's going to ring true for the drivers as they line up on the grid for yet another restart. And starting on the banking, it's so hard to try and get the car started straight because the car's naturally going to veer towards the right hand side as soon as that wheel spin kicks in. When you lift off the brake pedal and get that car moving forwards, it's exceptionally hard to keep it in a straight line. You can see already the warnings coming up about starting on the banking. We've seen it a few times already today from drivers at every level who can't seem to get the starts nailed, and Andre Passer nails that one as he finally gets the start he wants. Now, how does everyone else fare? Is there going to be any more start line collisions? It's looking a lot tidier for the most part as everyone's chopping and changing, trying to get to that also important inside line for turn number 1. Dyer's on the outside. This is where things start to get hasty. It's a couple of drivers dipping below the white line, and we've got one spun down. I don't think he's going to collect anyone. No, he's not. It was Enzo on his debut that's taken the spin round. Everyone else braking nice and early. Somehow no more collisions, which is great to see. So no more contact. We've got the clean start we needed. And I'm actually surprised, to be fair. I mean, if I was in that race, we'd be here till at least 12 o'clock at night because it's so difficult to see with this kind of visibility. You're so low to the ground. You're not seeing a braking point as it is with that corner, let alone when you've got another Honda LSX directly in front of you. But yes, incredibly difficult. As we come towards the end of the first lap, Pro Driver being overtaken there by A. Costa, who goes a bit deep. And is he going to go onto the grass? The answer is no. But either way, you've got to try and see how these drivers fare right now. Down the main straight they come yet again. Bit of movement there in the backfield as well. It's all been relatively quiet now compared to the chaos we've seen in the previous restarts. Everyone taking a step back, maybe a deep breath or so. Hesh 83 trying to overtake one of the ATS drivers there. That's in Ganj. It's not quite panned out well enough for him as they make their way onto the back straight yet again, back to the banking. He's going to try and make the most of the draft at this stage then. Andre Passer still wins the fastest lap record after lap number 1. You can't really see anyone else taking that away though after just one lap, but he's also got a few few seconds back to the next two cars. Now here comes Yushin. He started down in 7th. We said to watch out for him. He's now up to 3rd. After just one lap, we've got a potentially 3-1 situation just behind him. I think that's going to be Acosta and Dio. Yeah, it is. Lazarus 16 is there also. And a big spin there for Acosta. And he's going to hopefully get that car to spun right back in the right direction as soon as he can. He's done so there. He's been relatively lucky that he hasn't collected anyone else. Enzo, of course, recovering from his incident early on, unable to safely rejoin the circuit, which is a skill in itself, in all honesty. Now Lazarus under a lot of pressure from the red card. It's Clark 10. Let's see what's going to unfold here then. Clark 10 is currently in P5. You've got King Dio running up behind him. We can see if he can make a move. It's kind of starting to get a bit of a train-like scenario now, especially from about P8 backwards. We come towards the end of yet another lap. It's always, we say, relatively quiet. Dio, Popo, Diamond, Andy Bob, Engadget, Hash 838. What can Hash do through here? Then he's still trying to stick on the outside of Engadget at the moment. These two have been dueling for quite some time. They crossed up right at the back of the field after what was a relatively good start, and since then it's all sort of gone backwards for him. Good news at all for Hash 838. A quick run through of your top 5. It's Andre Castle and Pro Driver. Then it's Alex Yushin and Lazarus, which may change just now as Lazarus goes to the inside. Big lockup, but he may just get away with it. Indeed he does. Quick swish of the black end as well there. He's able to push his way back through. Bit of a wobble for King Dio. And that was him trying to overtake Clark 10 and gain a task in itself. And a bit of a nudge as well. The two drivers who were side by side now end up with a bit of paint trading amongst them. So not exactly what you want there, is it? You want to try and stay as close and as safe as you can. There's still no retirements just yet though, so all 14 drivers still running strong, which is exactly what we like to see. The circuit is demanding as the Auto Club Speedway. Guns still drilling away. We've got Andy Bob and Diamondback in front of them. Diamondback, who did, as we say, start in 5th place. He's now still down to 8th, so not the best at race starts it seems. And look at that, Engadget trying to go around the outside of Andy Bob, and I think that may have been Hash 838 trying to get up the inside, so it's getting a little bit feisty back in that midfield action there, right towards the rear end off the back. And take a look, we've got from about back to P12, so it's not even the fact it's the midfield. You've got the leaders and then everyone else who are still really close together. It's been a very interesting start. Now on the outside here is King Dio. That's him looking at Alex Yushin, who, you say, made a good start. Now he's up to P4 with Alex Yushin. Is that going to come down and change now? Let's find out. Dio's going to get to the inside. Yushin sweeps across and slams the door shut with quite the authority. Clark 10 lines up just behind, seeing if he can move his way through, and hasn't been able to capitalise just yet. He really needs an error from one of these drivers. I think forcing a hold of this circuit is just not viable in terms of what it means for the rest of your race. If you do not make the move stick, it's going to cost you dearly. You can end up flying down the order ridiculously quickly here, but with 4 laps complete at the end of this one, Dio going wide. Clark 10 almost with a bit of a tap. Did he get him round? Yes, he did. And King Dio spins at the trickiest of places to switch around. Right at the back of the field. Where's he gone to now? He's moved his way back through to an extent, but recently disconnected. So yeah, we've just received information from our race administrator. Acosta may have been internet problems for Acosta 88, so it wasn't through a fault of his own, and a good start unfortunately gone to waste for Acosta 88. He becomes our first retirement on the 4th lap. Clark 10 with a bit of a spin there. That was dancing on ice. It's a solid 6 for effort, but not the full 360 for a 10. But he's trying to get his car back in the right way, and he's quite some way off now. He may get quite lucky if the midfield stay as they are. It's all relatively bunched up as they make their way over the line again. Here comes Diamondback looking at Popo in P6, so he's gone up one already. He cuts underneath. It's a graceful move as he makes his way down in towards that turn number 2, right angle chicane again, but he's easy on the brakes. He doesn't want to risk anything too much, and it may cost him as Andy Bob came so close to snatching 6th position back as Diamondback has to defend and try and keep his eyes focused on what's ahead of him. As opposed to looking at what's directly behind him, it's a tricky spot to be in for any driver, especially one who's had a bit of an inconsistent season this far. Maybe changes fortune for him later on. They go into the hairpin again. It's Diamond back on the outside with Andy Bob looking to cut underneath, and he tags the back end, and Diamond back spins and down to 9th place, and a disappointing race is gone. One further for him. A real shame for Diamond back here today. He is struggling with this car and track combo. I think one of our viewers referenced earlier on that this track and car really does demand so much from the driver. Car is exceptionally difficult to control, and that can be a problem even at the best of times. You can run on a flat circuit and find every problem under the sun. It is just an absolute beast of a car, and Engange may be looking for a beast of a move, but I'm pretty sure he's a bit below the white line and lost some speed there. It's not what he needs, but one man who's not lost any speed is our race leader, Ondrej Parser. He's left on pole so far. Pro driver PL about 2.5 seconds behind. Then it's Lazarus in 3rd. Jujin is 4th place after starting in 7th. We said watch out for him at the start of the race. He's making solid progress in the opening stages. Popo rounds out your top 5. The rest of the field beyond that, you could throw a blanket over them and it still wouldn't get you an accurate representation. It's Andy Bob, Pesh, Dio, Engange currently. Then Enzo back up to 10th after his start line spin. Back 11th, Sierra 12th, Clark 13th. And one retirement so far, a Costa 88. Don't forget, if you are new to Simraceway, watching this for the first time, then be sure to head over to simraceway.com and download the game absolutely free of charge for your chance to enter a tournament similar to this one, where you can win a total of a prize pool that exists at $1,000. So real money to be won here, more than just bragging rights, with all of our tracks free and 8 free cars to start you off as well. It's a true racing driver's game. And you two can see yourself potentially on one of these broadcasts competing under the spotlight, as King Dyer looks to try and make the most of it by putting on a fancy move against Hash 83. I think using all the track limits and just a little bit more there. Let's see if he can wheel his way through even further. It's going to be an entertaining run to the line here, I think. Bearing in mind what we saw in the 500A race as well, that was absolutely incredible. Drama and racing from start to finish, and there's drama here, but it's not quite the drama we want to see. A drive-through right at the back of the field. We'll pick you up again on who that's for. It's Andy Bob that's going to be serving it. He's currently P5 at the moment, so Andy Bob will be taking a drive-through penalty to make this even more enticing. And now Engange having to defend on the inside of the chicane. There's 2 cars attacking. Enzo up to 9th after overtaking around the outside there at Popo CZ. So Enzo recovering well from a disastrous start. Not giving up at all here. That is a great way to make your name here in Simraceway. It's his debut here today, and he's looking absolutely prolific. Enzo making his way down into the hairpin. Popo P10, then it's Diamond 11th, 12th Sierra, 13th Clark, 14th, and our last man who unfortunately disconnected earlier on was a Costa 88. The gap between the 2 leaders currently stands at about 3 seconds to make their way to the line. We'll give you an update on lap times, and it's a dangerous place to be for Ondrej Parser with a car this close to you. We'll tell you why in a moment. A 128.5 for the leader, a 128.5 also for the man in second. The problem here is that any other circuit, you're 2 seconds back, you can defend it comfortably. They're not going to get close. With Auto Club, because around half of the circuit is on banking, and the main straights as well, of course, you've got the run down into this corner and then the pit straight. It means that if you're within about 1.5 seconds, you get a fantastic slipstream going down the straight, known in American racing as the draft, and you can get so close to the car in front of you. It literally gives you about an extra 10 to 20 miles an hour, and these cars are powerhouses anyway, so whilst they will get a little bit oversteering with all the extra speed going through the engine, it will mean that Ondrej Parser's lead will not be in safe vicinity until Pro Driver's about 5 seconds away, because he's going to keep tearing into it, getting closer, closer and closer, until eventually he's close enough to potentially go for a move. So never writes him off here. You've got Lazarus P3, Jujin 4th now, looking a bit safer. The same cannot be said for King Dio, who's battling hard with Hesh 838 over the final top 5 position here at the moment. Solid start now by the rest of the drivers after what was shrouded by inconsistency, has now been replaced by just some great efforts by all the drivers here at the moment. What's H83 got in store for us here today? Goes onto the back straight and looking relatively calm at the moment. Now, let's take a look at more with H83 actually, because I think this will demonstrate perfectly what we mean by the term draft. You can see he's quite far away, and watch his car. Look how close he'll get by the time turn number 2 arrives. He's getting closer and closer, and it's like it's something where he's just pushed the turbo button. He's all over the back of him. This is exactly what we mean. You've only got to be about 1.5 seconds away for this to happen. Andre Passer is not safe at the front of the field. H838 may be looking to make a pass, brakes very, very early, and keeps the revs nice and low to avoid any engine explosions like we saw last race. 2 drivers retiring because of engine explosions at that very corner after just simply downshifting too quickly, having missed their braking point. Very easily done. As we're about a third of the way through the race at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be a close-knit call to the flag here. Pro driver about 4 seconds back apparently, according to our timing screen. However, it does look much closer than that on the circuit. We'll see how close you can get come the end of the oval section next time. By and bouncing over the curbs that much, it is not going to do him any justice. He's really got to think outside the box here. They go back onto the straight once again. The order currently: Andre Pro, Lazarus 3rd, SDEV, Alex Jusian P4, and King Dio rounding out your top 5 as we come towards the end of lap number 9. Looking to very much push on at the moment, but it's all looking like it could be a top 3 affair, and then a completely different war. All the drivers that sit in the backfield, Hesh and King Dio, who've been back and forth all race long, may start to ignite just a little here. All it takes is a spark and you end up with an absolutely huge incineration. Hesh 838 trying to maybe outbrake Dio, who ran extremely close to the wall that corner. It's not exactly the favoured line for racing drivers, I can tell you that for sure. But he's still there or thereabouts, just waiting for the right moment, I think. Engange P7 under pressure from Enzo, who's now 8th. So Enzo in his debut up to 8th position. He's going brilliantly so far. Bearing in mind, by the first corner on lap 1, he was actually 14th, having spun it off the start line itself. So now being up to 8th place and fighting with Engange, who, bear in mind, has got plenty of experience under his belt here with Simraceway. It's a very respectable achievement. So now making their way down towards the oval section once again. Enzo 7993 looking to really make a name for himself here in Simraceway, and if he gets past Engange, there's still a very slight chance here he could get a top 5 with 6th, 5th and 4th all battling over race position, about 5 seconds ahead of these guys at the moment. We'll keep an eye on our race leaders for you as they make their way on to the 11th lap of the race. Carson leading, Pro in second, still a little bit further away than he'd like to be at present. He's got to try and close that gap through the mid part of the circuit so he can capitalise on it come the oval. It's Lazarus 16 that's poising the most threat though, because he's reeling in Pro driver at an alarming rate here. We're just over halfway into the race almost, and it looks like Lazarus could be taking a real fight here for second place. Jusian still holds 4th with Dio and H838 just behind him, but I've got a feeling that that may change over the coming 10 laps. These drivers who give it their all week in and week out, looking to yet again move their way into the Simraceway record books with some breathtaking passes here today. Still, Andre Parson leading, with Pro driver taking a much more adventurous line here, and you can see he is actually gaining a little on Andre Parson. Is it enough to get close enough for a slipstream? I somehow don't think so, but it is there. We'll give you an update on lap times now. So it's a 128.4 for the race leader and a 128.4 again matched for Pro driver, with the man in 3rd place, Lazarus 16, being about a 10th slower than those 2 drivers. Alex Jusian in P4, who's pulling away, or at least trying to pull away, does a 1 minute 29.5, so that's a second slower there for him. Meanwhile, the effect of the draft is proving dividend here. Hesh 838 lapping at the pace of the leaders. That man's currently in 6th position and going extremely well. Is he going to go for a move or no? Let's take a look and see. Driving down into that chicane. I don't think he's quite got enough steam through there, but the options starting to make themselves available to Hesh 838 there. A bit of oversteer, but nothing that Hesh can't handle right now. Again, very late on the brakes. As King Dio is going to start looking, or starting to look more as what's behind him. A massive shout out as well to everyone watching this stream currently on the YouTube channel. So, Graufindo, who's taken some time out to watch the broadcast. Mr. Raggy, he's been giving us some insider info here today. And Callum Gilby, who I believe is making his first appearance watching one of our Sim Raceway events. Hesh 838, though, meanwhile, is not a newcomer to Sim Raceway. And he's going to prove that here with a potential move. He can't quite get it to go, despite some very enticing driving and what's looking like some ferocity there by Hesh. He's starting to gain closer and closer, much more aggressive in the way into that tyre barrier on the final few turns. And now let's see if the draft's going to be kind to him here or if it's going to help King Dio. And these three drivers all vying for a way through to break into the top 5. Andre still comfortably ahead of Pro Driver, just watching the laps tick on by and hoping that they end before he even realises a 500 lap race is going to seem like a 1,000 lap race at the moment, or these 21 laps will soon seem like 100 to our race leader, because they're going to be the longest laps of his life, knowing that only 2 seconds away is Pro Driver, only a further 2 behind him is Lazarus, so any mistake he makes is going to be absolutely crucial. And now Zuzan having to defend at the moment, but again another big shout here to Enzo, who's trying to defend against Engange at the moment. Engange has made his way through, but Enzo, the newcomer, reluctant to let it go without some sort of fight, and you can hardly blame him. Through the corners they go again. And that double left-hander proving to be the point where Enzo can get a slipstream. Engange was not so smooth on the run. Enzo opened up a bit too early though and can't fully capitalise on the slipstream he would have got. And now they make their way down into the hairpin. Does he get to the inside? He's going to go for it. It's a late move, and the rookie breaks his way back into 9th position. Big move there for Enzo, and he's sending some messages here today to his Sim Raceway compatriots. And now, I think Engange's trying to stand for none of it as he goes straight back up the inside again. My goodness me. So, Enzo here showing signs of improvement, and Engange trying to show him how the old boys do it, though they're reluctant to let over their guard, I think. Now Enzo making his way over the start-finish line again. Let's see if he can maybe make a move into turn 1. He's been exciting so far, and as you say, crashed on the first lap. He's now somehow looking to really make a name for himself here by putting himself in a very envious position. If he can make a big move here, he's going to be sending a lot of warning signs to drivers in Sim Raceway today. Can he be later on the brakes than Engange, the man he's chasing? The answer is not quite, but nonetheless he's certainly showing signs of maturity here. And now Enzo dives up the inside. It's a lackluster move, and I tell you what, the rookie characteristics that you're meant to possess may have just dissolved entirely. Enzo 7993 is driving exceedingly well at the moment, and it's only his first race, so a massive shout to Enzo for putting on a display like he is. Not only is he holding ATS and Ganj at bay, but also Sierra 28, another recent recruit for the SDEV team, and they're not 2 drivers you get by easily. And Sierra looking to try and prove that now as he goes up the inside of Engange. That move was cut short relatively fast though. Racing stand on direct passes still leads by about 3 seconds back to Pro Driver. Lazarus dropping back now about 6 seconds away. That is Zuzan, who's being attacked and hounded here by King Dio, and it's like a pesky dog that won't leave him alone. Dio trying to get to the outside. Zuzan defending. He does not want to relinquish the inside line. Can he cut across, or is it too late? He's surrendered it to Dio, and he thinks he can outrun him. And Zuzan there with clear-cut confidence. Great driving by the SDEV driver and Dio, with his work cut out as we go into the final quarter of this race or so. Good move there by Alex Yuzhin to retain that position. Great bit of driving. Heshe Straight will be watching this and praying one of the two drivers makes a mistake. Popo seems heads a bit too far back to prove to be a factor in this battle at the moment, but the three drivers, the three musketeers, are certainly putting on show here at Auto Club. Two race leaders still not separated by that much at all, and I'm wondering if this is now going to start to be a bit of a hindrance here for Andre Passer, because you can see the headlights only fall just short of Andre's car. Pro driver is definitely reeling him in at the moment. The battle for the lead is about to start getting a whole lot more exciting. If Pro driver can just start reeling in your race leader, who was a 10th quicker last time by, and it's the first time in a long time that he's actually not just matched him but exceeded that sector time as well, and he's braken a lot deeper into that corner there. And Andre Passer's going to be maybe not running scared, but certainly having some second thoughts about how he approaches this now, because Pro driver is looking for a victory. You can almost smell the gold that's on that trophy, the smell of the champagne. That's what's in third. Fourth is Yuzhin still currently, with in fifth. Dio now down to sixth after an arrow trying to overtake. Was never really in the books, but he somehow tried to make it anyway. Enzo and Nganj still fighting over ninth place. Enzo couldn't get to the inside, but he does there. Great little cut now to get ninth place, and he's done so. Enzo 7993. If he gets some more pace, watch out for this kid in the future. He's gonna be a name to be remembered here at Sim Raceway. If he can finish like this and get himself in ninth ahead of two of these experienced drivers, then he can hold his head high and look forward to round 3 of the championship. Talking of which, round 3 is not that far away here in Sim Raceway. You don't want to miss that one. As we say, if you haven't signed up for the championship yet already, be sure to get on simraceway.com. And you too can be driving the Nissan GT-R at Donington Park. That's next Sunday live here at Sim Raceway. So laps start to roll on by. The millimetres of circuit get lesser and lesser. Heshe 3 starting to make a move there on Alex Yuzhin. And has this one been a long time coming, or more importantly, has he got enough room to make the pass? He's trying to get to the inside, and King Guy is trying to allow absolutely none of it. Let's see how things go, because I've got a funny feeling this one is far, far from over. Hesh still can't get himself to the inside. He's doing everything he can at the moment. And now he may have accidentally got himself to the inside of the next corner, and sweeping it round is going to be Yuzhin. Hashtag with a bit of vision. He may have gone too deep. Yuzhin tried to sneak back through, but great drive there by Heshe 3 to make sure he gets the full advantage coming out of that corner. Great bit of vision. And Heshe 3 predicts it perfectly, moves up into fourth, and it's the first actual overtaking move we've seen in that battle for quite some time. The three drivers have been relatively close together all race long, but also stagnant in terms of overtaking. They've not been able to find the right hole so far, and now King Dio looking to make it double trouble on Yuzhin as they go through the chicane. Yuzhin holds on, and Dio was very lucky there to not make contact or end up skidding across the grass. It was close, and it's still far from over. The two go side by side onto the oval, and look at the extra speed you can see before diving into the slipstream. Here comes King Dio then in the draft as he approaches that number 18 and 21 here at the Auto Club Speedway. Dio has managed to establish himself on the inside, but it's Popo that's watching on from this relatively soon. He's about 30 seconds away, but he'll be watching the timing screens exchange on his top right of his monitor. And now Yuzhin tries to get back on the inside, and he's done so here, but remember, this is why he surrendered the position last time, and history repeats itself. King Dio up to fifth, it's Hesh in fourth, and Yuzhin, who was previously fourth, now down to sixth position. Not good news for Alex Yuzhin. Popo, Diamondback, Enzo in ninth place with Nganj in P10, Sierra 11th, but Enzo really putting on a show here today and not allowing these drivers any kind of room. So still all stuck behind, and Pro driver still about 2 seconds away from our race leader. Is that gap going to come crashing down anytime soon? That's the question. Now onto these straights again. Andre Passer crosses the line with a 128.6. And second place is a 127.8 for Pro Driver PL. So it looks like Ondrej Parser into the final few moments may just have the upper hand. We've got 3 laps remaining here before we enter the final race of the evening here at Auto Club Speedway. Lazarus sits in P3 with Hesh in 4th. King Dyer rounding out your top 5 now, having passed Zuzhan. Now, what has happened to Hesh 838? That's the real question, because he's still now 4th and pulled away whoppingly. Now, I wonder where he went. I see when he'd gone backwards, but he's actually 6 seconds clear of King Dyer, according to our timing screens. Obviously, I think that's a bit far-fetched, and it only stands at around 2 to 3, but a whopping gap there already for Hesh 838 to pull away from. But this is going to get feisty, because Pro Driver has closed in rapidly on the race leader, and the pole sitter has led 19 laps in his circuit. 27 minutes he's been in the lead. And as they make their way to the back end of the circuit again and rejoin the banking in just a few moments' time, is Pro Driver gonna... No, he spun! Pro Driver came so close to the race leader, and Ondrej Parser will have the biggest grin on his face currently, just as Pro Driver was in range to unlaunch an absolute assault on our race leader. He was within drafting range. It was even bump drafting range. He could have gone for a pass that lap, and instead he's down to 3rd position. And that's the downside of the draft. If you're in the dirty air for too long, it really can impact the aerodynamics. And this car is a beast to tame at the best of times, but this has just become a dream into a nightmare for Pro Driver. He's going to pray for a miracle now as he starts his penultimate lap. Absolutely horrible situation to be in. Just as we took a look at him as well, the incident occurred. It could not have happened at a worse time. Absolutely horrible to see. But hopefully it's not the end of the world, and he can maybe at least recover second or give a fight for it. Lazarus will be pretty confident right now. He's 10 seconds clear. He's actually been able to keep Pro Driver in check pretty much most of the afternoon. There hasn't been a lot of fight from Lazarus in terms of overtaking, but he has been a solid 3 seconds back all afternoon long. If he can maintain that current pace and force Pro Driver to overdrive the machine and make perhaps another error in the final lap, then maybe second secured from the keypad racer. But Ondrej Parser will start his 20th, or end his 20th lap in the lead, and will start his 21st lap. He's going for the triple here today. The pole sitter, the man who set the fastest lap, and of course the race win. He is just about 1.5 minutes away from achieving that statistic, and not many drivers do the triple, but he's certainly looking to be one of the elite here in this Skillquant. Before we head into the final race of the evening, let's see how things go. Then a final rundown of the order is looking like it's going to be pretty stagnant, so we'll save it until the checkered flag comes out. It is Ondrej Parser that's doing impressively well so far, and you cannot take anything away from this man to lead from pole. And bearing in mind there are 3 restarts as well, each of which Ondrej reached the first corner in the lead. He had a fantastic launch off the line, defended his P1 with absolute grace, and has since then pulled out a big lead over the likes of Lazarus and Pro Drifter. It came crashing down, and Pro Driver was starting to harm pressure, but in the end it wasn't enough, and Ondrej Parser had so much composure. He was not going to be threatened. He was not going to lose that race lead. And in turn, what was going to seem like the longest half an hour of his life is going to reward him with perhaps the most rewarding half an hour of his life. Some big championship points will be awarded to that Honda NSX GT. And as it comes over the start-finish line, the second round of the Car of the Year Championship goes to Ondrej Parser here at the Auto Club Speedway. What a sensational drive by Ondrej Parser. Lazarus 16 takes a fantastically earned second place. That is so well deserved. Pro Driver will be absolutely gutted. In fact, he's already back to the pit lane. He's that annoyed. He takes 3rd position. That will be so underwhelmed with it. King Dio takes a solid P4. Zuzhan, we said watch out for him. He gets the top 5. Hesh 838 takes 6th. Popo down in 7th. Diamondback takes 8th. Ninth place will be Engange. Now both of those drivers, both Diamondback and Engange, were involved in incidents early on. Sierra will take 10th place. Enzo is going to be a force to be reckoned with if he can just find a bit of speed. He's got all the other characteristics there. Watch this space. Enzo 7993 has made a big impact here today. Whilst the position may not reflect it, he's made a big impact here in Simraceway. Clark 10, P11, 12th, Hesh838. 13th will be Andy Bob, and our only retirement of the race, A Costa 88, due to a disconnection on lap 4. And how different would that race have been had A Costa still been a part of it? We can only wonder if there is buts and maybes. One thing that is certain, Andre Passer on his lap parade at the moment, absolutely elated with the result he's got here today, and deservedly so. Andre takes maximum points from round number 2 and will go into Donington Park in the highest of spirits as he enters the pit lane once again. So that's it from the 900 to 1100 B Skillquant so far. We'll be back with the final race of the afternoon very shortly as the 900 to 1100 A Skillquant drivers get onto the circuit. Brace yourself, you're going to be in for a very bumpy ride. Hello everybody and welcome to the Auto Club Speedway for the final time today. This time for the final race of your evening. It's Mr. Jolly that will line up on pole for the 900 to 1100 Skillquant round of your Car of the Year Championship round number 2. It's a packed grid. We've seen controversy at the start. We may see it at the finish as well. The cars all on the grid and away we go. Then a big start by Random is inside, but not for the right reasons. V13 goes straight through into second from third, but I think we are going to get a restart. There was a bit of a delay off of the lights. Now I'm wondering if there was any contact in the backfield or any early initiation of something, well, poor standards it will be deemed as. I think what actually happened was Randomness inside missed the grid. So we are going to get a restart. A driver was short, and hopefully that will be fixed for the coming race start. We'll get everyone on the grid. Nice to see as well, John Daniels has made his way into the SD EV team. So they've got one really, really strong presence at the moment. We'll see what he can do a bit later on today for the final race of Mother's Day here in Simraceway. So this time hopefully the focus will be retained. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Auto Club Speedway. The last race of your night is about to get underway. And of course it is the second round of the Car of the Year Championship. Randomness inside will start on pole position. It's Grafindel in second. Watch out for B1386. He'll be the red car in third place alongside Mr. Jolly, who made a fantastic start at the last effort. Of course the race did get rerun again after a driver missed the grid, but he's here today then. So full 14 car grid, and the second round of the Car of the Year Championship is away. A terrible start by the pole sitter, and again B13 gets himself to the inside, and Grafindel PL runs away with this one. Random is inside, struggling to hold on as the field make their way through the banking at turn number 1. No contact as of yet. It's been a very clean start by the Super GT field. And will that be the same statistic there as they go down in towards this very tricky corner? The playing field levels out, as does the Simraceway racer. We've got a car wide there, that's AGO6. Other than that, it's all pretty much clean. It's a little bit squeezed, and we've got a car around again. It's AGO6 again, so twice in 2 corners. The Flow, I think, has blown up his engine. Yet the Flow's engine has done exactly what many other drivers have this weekend. Which is going down into that chicane. He's just downshifting too quickly. The reds are too high for the Super GT to handle. And unfortunately, it's resulted in a retirement. Mr. Jolly currently a place down on where he started in P4. Tyro up to 5th. Segadila up into P6. It's been a clean start by the majority of the field. It is 34 that race of the circuit. Let's see who'll be standing at the front come the end of the race. Randomness inside, who started in pole, got off to a dismal launch off the line. He'll really be hoping to see what he's capable of and maybe try and snatch a race lead in the coming moments. Everyone back onto the oval to end the first lap of the race. Just then it's Grafindel that leads from Randomness in second, B13 in third, Jolly 4th, Tyro in P5, 6th place is Segadila, 7th is Doodle. Then it comes to the mighty train and Ricos, Luke Sky, and then SCEV John Daniels. Are we going 3 wide? Oh, Daniels being very cheeky here. We know he's a NASCAR fan, and he's used the bob drop to push himself round the outside of Enricos. A great bit of driving, and the 2-car tandem is working beautifully. They go Hakkinen and Schumacher on Doodle 12. They dive into the corner, and John Daniels may have just taken one of the best view corners I've ever seen in him race. A great bit of racing initiative has seen him rise through the field. using the two-car tandem, gets himself to the inside of one car, then overtakes Doodle and the car he was using and moves himself into 7th position. Daniels has evolved a lot as a driver in recent months, and if that's not proof of it, I don't know what is. Absolutely brilliant stuff there by John Daniels. Now that's the hard bit done. The harder bit, however, is keeping that position for the remaining 33.5 laps. It's a lot easier said than done here at Simraceway, and I think if we've learnt anything in the past, it's that we can't take anything for granted here. It's all so up in the air. So Segadila, then Tyro and Mr. Jolly in 4th. Jolly trying to hold on at the moment as the top 3 break away. Jolly would love to be with them, but right now he's going to try and either use Segadila and Tyro as a bit of a two-car tandem like we saw earlier, or try and maintain that position and keep them at bay, and even that's proving to be an issue as Tyro and Segadila trying to go around the outside there, and Jolly's able to sneak back through, but this is where Segadila's going to be dangerous if he can get to the inside as Tyro attacks. And Tyro goes around the outside off the circuit, rejoins, almost collecting one of them, and he's lucky to not make contact and sink another position. Now here comes Daniels. He's going to be feeling a bit of momentum on his side, isn't he? And newfound confidence is with the SD EV driver. And I'll tell you what, if this is the effects of joining a race team, then I think everyone should head over to the thread in the forums where you can either create or join your race team. Daniels now up to 6th position after Tyro goes wide. The likes of SD EV, TGR as well, a new emerging team who are taking the lower Skillquant by storm at the moment. Expect to see them in this race within the coming few months at most. It should be relatively quicker than that, the way they're storming through. And then you've got the likes, of course, of your other big teams that make their way through into the race that always seem to gel together as well. It's great to see the amount of drivers that have actually gone into these teams. It's purely SDEV out here today. You can see a big battle at the back of the field there actually. That's going to get very confusing. They're all running the same livery. PAAGO6 and Ricos is in the middle as well. The man at the back of it is SDEV 9 Raceway. Now Ricos trying to move to the outside. Now watch, will he try to get a bit of AGO6's draft? Is he going to run as close to the inside as possible? Bearing in mind PA is only a few millimetres ahead. He's got to duck back in and hope for the best. So now goes around the outside and he will get a bit of a helping hand from the car ahead of them, AGO6, and Ricos finds the braking point, swoops it around the outside, and a gorgeous move there by Enrico, sets him up in 11th place as PA tries to cut back up the inside and revoke it from him. He's unable to do so this time by, but what a great bit of driving there we've seen. I'll tell you what, the levels have really been stepped up today. This has been some breathtaking action so far. And take a look at what you guys are saying in the Simraceway chat. If you haven't already gone into the Simraceway chat, then be sure to go on www.simraceway.com, make an account and press that bright yellow chat button as well to get yourself in and hear all from the drivers that have competed today and their views on the current race as well. I think Ralph Findle's getting a lot of love at the moment. You take a look and you can see why he's in 2nd, and he is chasing down randomness inside. Now that is in perfect range to get a slipstream. Let's see what he can do then. He's in the draft. The gap is coming hammering down. It's a 127.5 flat. A bit quicker, but look at the effect the draft is going to have here on lap number 5 and 34. We take a look on board with Ralph Findle. He's all over the back of him. When's he going to duck out? Is he going to go in and out? Shake it all about. He chooses the outside line. Now he's going to be very brave through here. This is for the race lead. And he thinks a little more of it and becomes a bit more conservative. You can't really fault him for that. This is a big race in terms of the championship. And don't forget as well that I think these drivers are going to have to be very vigilant on their fuel levels, because they may have to be endeavouring going into the pits later on. You can't really, well, put it out of the question, can you? These are big gas guzzling cars as they're called. Absolutely beautiful stuff. But what a gorgeous move that really was. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And now let's see what Ralph Findle can do. Is he going to be able to make his way back through again or no? It's only a matter of time before Ralph Findle's back on the oval where he's naturally going to be most comfortable here. Randomness inside is doing everything he can to keep on the inside. It's going to be his safest option. Graufindo already taking a much wider line, and into the pits comes Randomness inside. Now that's spontaneous. Where has that come from? It's a long, long pit road here at the Auto Club Speedway as well. That was absolutely out of nowhere. This is race ruining stuff. Is this to take on fuel? I'm assuming it's a strategic call and maybe just stopping early. Go very, very light early on and then take on heavier fuel for the mid-stint. He's going to come out on an open track. That's a good point. He won't have to deal with traffic. He's going to come out right at the rear end of the field. A solid 20-30 seconds behind anyone close to him. But either way, the car comes off the jacks and a mesmerising call that's going to give Graufindo maybe a new sense of confidence. He's currently leading the race 6 laps in with B13 behind him. Jolly third, Tyro fourth. It's Doodle 12 in P5 with AVO6 battling for Luke Sky as well. What is Luke Sky going to be capable of here today? He's trying to defend from AGO6 at the moment. The red car trying to do everything it can. The Super GTs are very fond of this sort of circuit, and up the inside comes AGO6. And you'd mistake this for touring car racing, wouldn't you? Luke Sky on the defence there. Great bit of driving. All drivers, as we mentioned earlier on, maybe having to make pit stops depending on how aggressive their strategy and driving style really is. Sakadila's getting alongside AGO now. Fancies a bit of a go, and he's going to go 100% flat out, and he takes a bit of a knock. And it was a bit of an obnoxious move, to be honest. He's gone straight for inside where there's about as much room as a parking space between 6 Land Rovers. It's just not going to end up going swell, is it? Sakadila now down to 12th position, but depending on what drivers are like, Luke Sky is also very good. Here comes John Daniels again, using this 2-car tandem. Now, I haven't seen a driver do this today. By this stage, most drivers dive out and go for a move. Daniels is right behind him, and they're pushing towards Luke Sky. Daniels may be the most intelligent man on the circuit right now. Look at how quick Luke Sky's coming in. He ducks out and stays behind. He's very aware of what he's doing. This is not Daniels being conservative. This is not Daniels looking to just try and wait to the moment's right. He's using the car in front of him basically as a boost to catch Luke Sky 80. Wonderful stuff. He's done it once already. And whether this is something that he's learned with the likes of the SDEV team or no is something to, well, this remains to be seen if the fellow team members take it into their stride. But John Daniels, I tell you what, is coming into his own right now. We've said over the past few championships that he has evolved, and he just needs to get all of these places together. But as a NASCAR fan, maybe the ovals are where you feel at home, because he really is proving to be a vital driver in this. He's almost lost the car due to oversteer there, but great bit of control watching the onboard. It's going to be thrilling to watch. I think there's only one driver we can take a look at as we go on to the oval section again, and that is the SDEV new signing. Let's have a look then. Watch how quickly he'll close on AGO6 and then see what they'll do if they catch Luke Sky 80. This is going to be brilliant stuff. He's almost dipping below the white line there. You can see Luke Sky getting closer and closer in them now. AGO6, if he's smart, will stay low and help John. What's Daniel trying to do here? Is he going to cut back through and push him towards Luke Sky? He's going to go for the move. He thinks maybe he can go. Oh, he's been squeezed to the wall. And it's very, very lucky to avoid contact there. And you may feel actually that Daniels went out wide, because as you drop, naturally as the car picks up more speed and you end up going a lot faster than you normally should down that straight, you're going to naturally guzzle more fuel. So John Daniels may be having to make a pit stop much sooner than he might think, but only time will tell. This has been some breathtaking racing so far. Gorgeous stuff by everyone competing, and he just does not get much better than this. This is what Simraceway is all about. Raceway, PA and Sakadila right at the back of the field at the moment, and I've got a feeling this is like the 500 to 900A race, isn't it, where it is just from start to finish constant sense of being on the edge of your seat. You never know what's going to happen. And we've got a spin there as we say that. Doodle 12 is around, and he's been overtaken and surpassed by Enriquez and his teammate John Daniels. Now watch these three again, because AGO6 may be looking to try and put a barrier between himself and John Daniels. It may not be the worst idea going, bearing in mind that Daniels is proving to be quite the mastermind here today. Down into turn number 1. And look at the two cars side by side. Where's Daniel's going to position this Honda NSX Super GT? Is he going inside? I should presume he will. They're 3 wide. It's going to be 3 wide. Here we go. And a bit of a late braking call there. Daniel thinks much better of it. You can't blame him. I think in previous... Oh, he spun it round. After previous inconsistency, he's come back to haunt the young American. He's got the car back in the right direction again. But now he's in a whole new playing field. He's going to get the tyres heated back up and recover all those positions he's just lost. And it's such a shame for someone who did such a great bit of racing craft a few moments ago. He's now got to rebuild. It'll be fun to watch, don't get me wrong. It's probably best for us. We get to watch him do it all again. But for him, it's going to be intensely stressful. At the front of the field, Ralph Findle having dispersed of randomness inside into the pit stops. There's 10 seconds clear. We'll take a look back at what randomness is doing. He's about a minute behind Mr. Pierre & Co at the moment. I think his lap times will be more of a dividend factor here as opposed to where he is on the circuit. And we'll wait to see who else is going to dive in. It's been a risky call to come in that early. And we'll see if anyone else is going to follow suit. Geo6 comes back onto the circuit there in P5 as Luke Sky 6th and Rikos following in P7. Then the SDEV duo of Doodle and John Daniels. So it may have actually worked out well for John. This is going to be a much darker game. Now he goes straight to the outside. I think he's a bit eager to get his race back underway now. Let's see what he's going to do in this sort of situation. It's going to be quite difficult, I think, to complex here. Then he comes back underneath again, his teammate, and this is not what you want. You don't want to be going hammer and tongue with his team member. You need to be working together, if anything, to reach that mutual conclusion. Segadila almost collecting the inside barrier there. That didn't end up going exactly as he planned, I can assure you now. Into the hairpin, Daniel, Segadila and Nia Raceway very close together at the moment. We're almost 10 laps complete here at the Auto Club Speedway. Going a bit wide now. He's going to be followed by Enricos, who's now up to 7th, and this could be one of Enricos' strongest performances actually, taking a look at it so far. He's going relatively well, isn't he? Right in the heart of the field. Luke Sky, we usually say, resides between about 7th and 9th. It's now currently in P6, so an average improvement there for him so far. And I'll be looking for a potential top 5 here today, and bearing in mind Donington, Luke Sky was very strong there back a couple of championships ago. We'll see what he can do when he returns to drive the Nissan GT-R next Sunday at 5 PM GMT. And don't forget, if you're watching this as well, subscribe to Dimitri's YouTube channel, the man who's providing all the camera work right now, because it's his personal channel that the races are being uploaded onto, and I think definitely deserves some credit. And I think the best way to show appreciation is to hit that red subscribe button and let him know you appreciate all the work he's doing. Luke was trying to cut back underneath there of Luke Sky 80. I think he's a bit too far back though to convert it into a manoeuvre. Now can we get to the inside? Not quite through there. Doodle, John Daniels and then Segadila as well. So the two SDEV drivers starting to go well. Just behind them we've got Pierre & Company, but there's a bit of a battle forming up top there between Jolly and Tyro. Now this is over the final podium position. Tyro looking for what I believe to be his first ever competitive podium. I may be wrong, so be sure to correct me if I am, but Tyro is going to be all over the back of the Scotsman to try and make this stick. It's going to be intriguing to see what Tyro is capable of in this sort of environment. We've seen him race many times before. And now he's in the draft and hoping to potentially make a move as they go down that in towards turn 2, over the banking again. Tyro's coming fourth at the moment. He's going to try and move to the outside. He hasn't really done so as of yet, but he's getting ridiculously close to the back of Jolly. The two cars look like almost Hot Wheels cars as you zoom out of the circuit and see a much more balanced view, and just how small they are in comparison. But it's not small as Tyro's heart through there, because he has made the pass. Mr. Jolly in P4 will be looking to try and take it back as soon as he can, but a great move by Tyro. He's been looking strong all afternoon, and he can start to see why. Enricos and Luke Sky are just behind, then Doodle, Segadila, PA, Daniels, Raceway and company. Daniels down to 11th now after such a strong start. He's gone for an inside move there, which could be considered a dive bomb. Has not been treated as such, and he makes the move before surrendering the inside line slightly to the man he just put the move on. So it's now Mr. PA looking to get back through past the American. He's going to try and sweep it round, and I think he's going to have a torrid time there unless he is able to switch back underneath, which he's not. John Daniels moves his car on and hopefully back in the right direction and using the pit stops to his advantage, but I think move of the afternoon has got to come from that American. What a move it was indeed. But back up front, another move which may just be for the ages is if Mr. Jolly can get back alongside Tyro here. Tyro, having newly been promoted to third place, may have it revoked before he's already had a chance to put it on Twitter, because Mr. Jolly is right alongside him again. And now trying to slip and slide and see where that car's going to fit best in terms of getting it back past the white NSX GT500. Round the outside comes Mr. Jolly. It's late braking, and he's going to run out of room before he runs out of ideas. Jolly bouncing over the curbs and just trying to mirror what Tyro's doing and find out his weaknesses. And Rikos just ahead of Luke Sky as well. I'll give you a rundown of the order as it stands currently. 13 laps in, then it's Grafindle that leads. B13 in second. Tyro third. Fourth place for Mr. Jolly. Fifth is AGO sixth. Sixth place Enrico. Seventh is Luke Sky 80. Eighth place is Doodle 12. Ninth place Segadila. Ninth is of course, and then obviously 10th John Daniels. 11th Mr. PA. 12th My Raceway. 13th Randomness Inside, having started at the front of the field and all his way into the pit lane very early on. In fact, within the first 5 laps here to take on fuel. It's a strategic call, but this is going to be the make or break of the race. So he's got to be lapping consistently quick. He's got any chance of putting his way back through, because some of these drivers, bearing in mind, may not be stopping for fuel depending on how aggressive their driving style is. And then we've got our one DNF of the afternoon so far, and that belongs to the Flow, who cooked his engine on the first lap. In fact, after the first couple of corners actually. Either way, the race must go on, and I think it will for Mr. Jolly, because he's trying to again get past Tyro here, and these two starting to have an almighty battle. You've got to feel like a pit stop could well be the catalyst here in who's going to win. Jolly's much later on the brakes, and he's almost got alongside there, but Tyro's still able to close the door and throw away the key. And I think Mr. Jolly may have just caught it as he's lobbed it, because here comes the Scotsman yet again through the double left-hander, and he's all over the back at the moment. Nothing short of an exceptional race so far, and don't forget, Simraceway absolutely free of charge to download. 8 free cars. The newest arrival being the Formula Student car, the FS8E, to start your progression ladder, so you can jump right into the game with any 8 of our vehicles, including that car, the legendary Simraceway Formula 3, and our Mitsubishi Evo as well, amongst others. Jolly now to the inside of Tyro, and he's going to be late on the brakes, trying to sweep it round the outside. The two make a bit of contact, and I think it may actually be touring car racing at this rate. This has been absolutely brilliant. Jolly now through the final part again, working well in the draft here, but he's got to do a bit more. Tyro, since taking the position, has actually having to be working harder than when he was trying to take it in the first place. He's got to feel like that it's easier to overtake and sit behind waiting for the arrow than it is to be the man defending it. Here we go, this has been a great start so far. And Jolly again still trying to get to the inside, and again failing. What can Jolly do now? Then it's going to be heavy on the brakes, and as they dive through, Tyro's still not quite where he needs to be. But Jolly definitely giving him a run for his money, and something we're not really taking into account here is the effect that these two are having on the rest of the field. Now you may wonder what I mean by that. What I mean is that there are 3 drivers now within touching distance of these two. AGO 6 and Enricos in 5th and 6th, bringing Luke Sky with them. If Jolly and Tyro keep battling amongst themselves and then out braking, going off racing line to defend moves, they're going to naturally lose time, and this is what's starting to happen now. There's about 4 seconds between Jolly and AGO 6 at the moment, so Jolly's getting in an increasingly, well, unenviable position where if he does go for an overtaking move and it does backfire, he's going to sink down the order extremely quickly. He's going to try and find something through here at the moment. If he doesn't, it's going to be a bit of a long race and a long afternoon, isn't it? Here comes AGO6. We'll give you an update on the lap times then. A 1:27.8 for Tyro, a 28.1 for Jolly, 27.3 for AGO6. Now it's a 27.4 and a 28.2 for the two cars behind him. But this is what I mean. AGO6 is coming. The more these two fight, he's starting to pick up time. AGO's about 2.6 seconds behind at the moment as they dive down into the chicane. Jolly starting to fluctuate a little and pray that draft's going to be saving him because AGO is creeping up the backstairs. They're going to the double left-hander again. It's looking increasingly dangerous now for Jolly. As we approach the half-race distance, there's got to be some sort of reprimand now. This could be big. He's lit the pit button. We said a pit button or a pit stop could be the catalyst here in who wins this at a war. I think it may have just started to roll into motion then. Mr. Jolly lights the pit request button red. We may see that Honda NSX dive into the pit lane come the end of this lap, allowing AGO6 to lose that advantage, allowing Tyro to lose the advantage he's going to get, and bringing Mr. Jolly into an empty field to plug away at lap times. The same as what Randomness Inside done earlier on. You know, he's been into the grass a couple of times recently, and he's, despite taking Mr. PA down to about 35 seconds, and other drivers well under a minute now, he's not exactly in a competitive position just yet. That will change as racing goes on. Sega Dealer also has lit the button. So Jolly does come in then. Mr. Jolly is in the pits, and as is Sega Dealer. So the two drivers that we spotted earlier on are now in the pit lane. Where will they rejoin? And more importantly, where is a certain Randomness Inside, as Sega Dealer still waiting to find his pit spot. Let's take a look at the man in 13th then. He started right at the front of the field and had a stormer of a race in the opening stint or so, and just as the pressure was starting to build, was able to fling himself into the pit lane quite unexpectedly and make a stop. So he's going to get himself onto the main straight now. This is going to be very reminiscent of what the future of his race is going to hold, because he was in the lead, so he's overtaken Sega Dealer. Now where is Mr. Jolly? Still about 2 seconds in front. He's on the bottom, you can see he's on the bottom of the apron, and Randomness Inside is flying through. Now there's Jolly, so it's not good news for Randomness Inside. I think he's pitted too early. I really think he's pitted way too early, because Jolly was about 6th position. No, 4th, sorry, so right into 3rd. He was nowhere near Graufinkel, which means that Randomness Inside may have just thrown away any chance he had if he tried to hold up the field more. He may have had an easier run here, but Graufinkel still setting the timing sheet to light there with a 1:27.2 in the lead of the race. He's just started lap number 18. B1386 in 2nd, with Tyro now 3rd, AGO now 4th, then Rikos brings his car into the pit lane from P5, allowing Luke Sky to extend into take over that position. Then it's going to be SDV Doodle 12, John Daniels still on the circuit as well, Raceway yet to pit, Mr. PA yet to pit, as is Mr. Jolly, who's still trying to warm those tyres, bear in mind, which may play into the hands of our Mr. Jolly. However, again, only time will really tell here. So as they come back out onto the oval circuit again for Randomness, he's going to get another position, so don't ride him off totally yet. Randomness Inside may know something we don't, he may be planning something we don't. So there you can see him overtaken Enricos, who now goes down to 12th now. Enricos is going to drive through. If that's for speeding in the pits, that won't be revoked. We'll get an update very soon as to what's actually happened. Oh, it's been revoked, okay, so Enricos doesn't have a drive-through, just to make sure, but it's always best to report them early, just in case. 4 and 3 now actually starting to pull away very nicely. He's actually coming out to lap a different car now. Everything's settled down just a little out in the field. Into enough time as well to talk about the next 2 rounds of this championship, which come over the next 2 Sundays. Round 3 at Donington Park, round 4 at Laguna Seca. So round 3 next Sunday, round 4 the Sunday after. The 2 cars being used there, the Nissan GT at Donington Park and the gorgeous Jaguar D-Type at Laguna Seca. And bearing in mind Laguna Seca, where Simraceway has recently expanded its performance driving centre training programs too, and where the Jim Russell F3 series is going to start racing as well. They've already had some experience out there. So it's been a great year so far for Simraceway. You may have already seen as well that Simraceway have had their name mentioned at Times Square at some point today regarding that news. So it really is a big year for Simraceway. We're delighted that you can all be a part of it. If you're not yet, what are you waiting for? Get on simraceway.com and download the game free of charge here today. Second dealer there, almost going a bit too crazy. Lots of oversteer for the 13th place driver currently. So it's not exactly the news he needs to hear, but randomness inside still 11th. Interesting to keep an eye on his progress and see if he can make his way through the field as the race tends to come to its close. That number 20 about to be started here by Findle. He does a 127.185, so he is going exceedingly well still at the moment. He's showing no signs of letting up. So we'll see if other things going to change, but I'm thinking, well, presuming at least, there's a lot of conservative drivers out there. Findle does light the pit button up, so we just said may come through, and John Daniels is saying no. Now what's, oh, the engine's gone. John Daniels' engine is gone. Now whereabouts is that? That's right before, how's he done that there? That's right before the entrance to the oval. And the man who's been pretty much the talk of the race this afternoon has now come to a retirement. He was in 9th position, I think, or a bit lower down the field, but what a race he's had as well. He was going so well earlier on. Plenty of promise surrounding his hopes, and he was driving gorgeously well for the most part, but again, a couple of inconsistent errors there have cost him. And it really is a shame, because I thought he'd finally overcome them, was getting ready to finally start stepping into a grammatically beautiful role here in Simraceway. Could have easily been one of the drivers of the midfield to keep an eye on, but it wasn't his day. Still keep an eye on him in the future though. If he can bring that level of talent along with what he's learned here today, then we may see much of the same here. And if he can learn from the guys at SDEV, bearing in mind he's got a lot of talent alongside him in the wings to help him and nurture him and help try and develop him as a driver. The likes of Alex Jusian, Sierra 28 also. Both of them will be keeping a close eye on their teammate now and trying to help him and figure out where it went wrong and how to not make those same mistakes again. And Findle pits in as B13 takes the reins for the race lead for the opening time today. Lap number 21 of 34. B1 is driven brilliantly so far. And now what's going to be key is where Findle actually feeds out. I think randomness inside is still a bit far away to prove to be a factor in this just yet, but Findle is on the move. He's going to be passed by Luke Scale, be passed by Doodle 12. He should be passed by Raceway, I'm assuming. So he's back onto the road now, just getting up through the gears, and it's careful because you can quite often spin it below that white line as the tarmac gradually starts to steepen. You don't want to run it onto the grass, but here comes Raceway, so he joins back up in 6th. So a bit higher than I thought he'd come out. But as we're talking about drivers who are trying to cement their second stints in the closing stages of the race, one man who's maybe knowing something we don't is currently B1386. If you take a look on board with him, look where he's downshifting, look where he's upshifting. To me, it looks like he's actually short shifting. He's trying to save fuel, trying to lead maybe as many laps as he can here. He's got a big advantage over his nearest car at the moment. The main real competitor that's stopped is going to be Doodle 12, but look, he's shifting at about 8,000 revs. Now this car obviously capable of about 9 to 10,000 depending how hard you push it, but he is trying to eke it out, keep the revs nice and low, make the engine be under as less stress as he possibly can. For the most part it's working. He's got a lot of time to play with. He's still setting quick times, but is this going to guide him to a race victory, or will he still need to stop? That's going to be the main question here. AGO6 still fighting against Tyro. Both cars also yet to stop here. They're about 2 seconds separated at the moment, and AGO6 is starting to get a lot closer to Tyro than I'm sure Tyro's going to be comfortable with. Bouncing over the chicane again. And a bit behind them as well, you've got Luke Sky in 4th, Doodle 5th, Findle 6th. Mr. PA into the pit lane from 8th position. And now randomness inside to scratch one more and move up a bit further as well. So it's been great racing here so far from start to finish. Absolutely brilliant. But let's just see was going to hold on in the final 12 laps or so, because it so often happens, doesn't it? You think you've seen it all, and then bang, the final 5 laps got some of the most intriguing action we've possibly ever witnessed here in Simraceway. So a quick run through of the order as it stands. B13 leads, and it's Tyro that's second, AGO6 in third, Luke Sky P4, Doodle 12 in P5, Grafindle 6th, My Raceway 7th, Randomness 8th, Jolly in 9th, and Rikos in 10th. And outside the top 10 currently, PA, Segadila and John Daniels, who's retired. And alongside the flow as well, so both drivers there having engine failures as well. It wasn't like they crashed, it was engine failures both times, one on lap number 1, one on lap number 19. And now, of course, on lap number 23 here under the lead of B1386, who's still short shifting. The laps are starting to slow down. You can see he's locking up a bit more as well, so the tyre grip may not be what it used to be. It could be running on pretty much the wheel alloy at this rate. The tyres have been out there for that long, but he's still with a comfortable margin over the car nearest to him, which is Tyro at the moment. Tyro was fighting for a race win earlier on, now second. We'll see if he's got anything left in the tank, both metaphorically and quite literally, when we're talking about race fuel, and whether B1386 can weather the storm and weather the shrinkage of fuel as he's downshifting already. You can see he's nowhere near top speeds come the end of the straight or anything, but he's still lapping exceedingly quick. So as he comes on towards lap number 24, he's going to have 9 laps remaining before the end of the race, and he's showing no signs of pitting in just yet. It's still going to be a long haul though, 9 laps. You're looking at about 10-15 minutes here for B13 to hold on. The real question is, can he do it? Tyro going to be keeping him in close comfort. He was 5/10 quicker that last lap. And despite the gap being at 33 seconds, if B13 does decide to call it a day and dive into the pit lane, it's going to be a large amount of punishment coming for him, isn't it? Because Tyro's going to be fuming down. If he's 5/10 quicker a lap, he's going to gain about 5 seconds come the end of it. So depending on when B13 stops and if that gap's set to increase or decrease, it may not be the easiest run home here for him. And now look at this as well. Tyro has been in a bit of a fight with AGO6 all afternoon, and that fight has now almost turned into a bit of a war or something to similar level of escalation. AGO6 is all over the back of him right now. He's going so well. It's time for him now to make a move and push his way back through. Here we go. It's all about the clutch now, isn't it? We've got the final 10.5 laps or so. AGO will have taken plenty of notes on how the man ahead of him is driving. He's been stuck behind him long enough, and he realised where he's weak, where he's strong, where the best place to overtake on this circuit will be. He's been out here nearly 40 minutes now, and this is where the draft's going to come in. Watch the power as this Honda NSX goes through the gears. He's at the top of 6th now, but he's got to be careful on the fuel limit at the end of the day. He wants to dive out relatively early. He will now, and the Superman draft goes through. AGO6 trying to hang it out to dry around the outside, but it may be raining because Tyro is showing no sign of letting that position go without a bit of a duel. Into the next corner, and Tyro holds his own and keeps the cars at bay for now. Over the curb there, and a little bit of a messy finish, but AGO6 just behind. He's going to have to go heavy on the brakes and almost goes a bit too wide there. Tyro working in and out and in and out, trying anything he can to keep that car in 3rd place and at least close to AGO6 in case there's an error. I think forcing a move is only going to go one way here, and that's the wrong way. You've got to be conservative. That's been really the phrase of the afternoon for most drivers. Try and keep as much fuel in the tank as possible and let the race come to you, and that's exactly what Tyro has got to do against AGO6 at the moment. 9 laps to go, and it will be very close for drivers who are currently on the edge or running on empty of fuel to keep any fuel left in there and not just becoming oxygen. You've got to really drive this car sensibly now. You cannot throw it around the circuit like you could in the opening stint. If you're planning on not pitting in, this is the most important part of the race. You simply cannot afford to lose any time here or to push any harder than you need to. Anything over about 60-70% pushing could well end in a bit of tragedy or upset, and Lone Wolf down there is making his appearance in the YouTube broadcast, which is great to see. We've still got a long way to go in terms of racing now. A lot can happen here, so don't forget, if you haven't already followed us on Twitter or Facebook, twitter.com/simraceway and facebook.com/simraceway as well. All the links you need are in the description. If you're still new, download the game, simraceway.com, and you too can be part of this championship where the prize pool is added up to about $1,000. So there's a lot more than just the bragging rights that are at stake here today. Real money, $1,000 at stake for these drivers. Being part of the revolution, Simraceway, place to be. As we enter the closing stages, AG06 and Tyro now maybe getting a bit tired because Tyro's not really showing the same prowess that he has earlier on. I think he's realised that if he wants this, he's got to try and be conservative. And maybe that's starting to impact his driving style, or maybe he's just not going to be as adventurous when it comes to going for moves. And now over the start-finish line again. Let's compare lap times then, a 1:27.5 or 1:27.8. So yeah, it does look like to me that Tyro's maybe backing off just a little. So perhaps not enough to make it evident, and enough to send him out of contention for second place, but enough to conserve fuel and make maybe one last charge with about 2 to 3 laps to go. It's potential, it could be what's happening here. Luke's guy still lapping well. Randomness inside, only as high as 8th. He's been able to recover to. We said he may have stopped too early, and I think stopping inside the opening moments may have actually been a lot there. So you can see randomness inside over the line of 1:27.4. We debated earlier, as we said, with whether it was a good idea to come in at 4. I don't think it was. I think pitting in the opening 5 laps was so risky. The field's still so bunched together at that point as well. You don't know what their pace is going to be like. And I think by the time you rejoin you at the back of the field, you're so far behind because everyone's bunched together. Whereas if you get 10-20 seconds over the rest of the cars then dive in, at least you've got that kind of safety cushion to know that you should be fighting for a top 5 at least. And randomness inside, I think, will be haunted by that for the rest of the race. It'll be intriguing to hear in the chat afterwards as to what influenced his decision to pit in early. Maybe it was the fact he just underfueled his car or left it on qualifying fuel. It may be that he only had a few laps in the tank and had to pit in. It may not be a situation of choice, but one of him simply needing to pit in and make sure he's got enough for the actual race. But either way, it still leaves a lot to be desired. A 1:27.71, sorry, for Tyro. That was 700ths quicker than the man he's chasing last time by, so still matching AG06. As you go over the curbing at the chicane there, they've got a car coming up too that's presumably going to be lapped soon. And now this is getting a bit interesting because B1386 is not that far away, and if he's in fuel conservation mode to the extreme like we think, he may be on for a photo finish here. You can see just behind the next car too, our race leaders are lap 1, but just behind them it's AG06 and Tyro. They're pushing, well, at least AG06 is. The leader isn't. This is going to be potentially one of the most exciting finishes if this is what we think is happening. B13 almost being held up there by a lap car. Luckily he wasn't. But let's keep an eye on it. So we'll take a look at lap times this time by. B13 rejoins the oval section, goes past the grandstand, and the sound of the Super GT fills the area here at Auto Club Speedway. He's at 1:27.7 now. What is AG06 going to do in response to that? Maybe it's something just slightly quicker. It's a 1:27.6, so not entirely quicker, but it is just a bit. So a slight sign there that it may not be all over. As Tyro's trying to get back in the draft once again of AGO. This could be chance for a very late dive into the chicane if he's lucky, if he can just get close enough. And he's had to brake very early and he's gone right up under the grill. And the longer you're under there, the more fuel you're going to lose as well. And I think AG06 is very much aware of that. The longer you're in the draft, the more that fuel is going to guzzle up and be used due to the extra speed you're going to naturally carry. But what a drive it's been so far. So Mr. PA, having already seen what B1386 was capable of, may have, we thought, got a bit in the way of the fuel saving for B1386, and it turns out that it hasn't really that much. I think the real problem is going to be, is Segadila going to get in the way for AG06 and Tyro, because it's not just interrupting fuel saving. If AG06 cannot get through cleanly and almost simultaneously, then Tyro is going to be able to just sneak back through or maybe gain those vital couple of tenths needed to make a pass here. There are 2-lap cars between AG06 and the leader, which means there are 2-lap cars they're going to have to come to terms with between now and the end of the race. Now, I think AG06 has been lucky and actually caught Segadila at a very lucky part of the circuit. I don't think Tyro is going to be so fortunate as they go through the first corner. Segadila has got everything to play for here still, bearing in mind he hasn't had a bad race at all today, Segadila. We've got 9 Raceway battling with Doodle 12 as well. Those two almost side by side. On that one, quickly make sure that AG06 and Tyro are able to get through cleanly, but that battle we're witnessing was over 6th position, so it's an inter-team battle with SDEV, so every other team member going to be on their edge of their seats for this one as we enter the final 5 laps of racing here at Auto Club for the second round of the Car of the Year Championship. That car number 1 moves out of the way. Segadila allows AG06 and Tyro through. With Luke Sky in P4, Grafindel in P5. What a absolutely blistering job it's been so far. Let's take an eye then on what's going on in that battle with Doodle and 9 Raceway. The 2 cars separated by about the same distance actually as Tyro and AG06, which makes this fiercely more interesting. Randomness inside isn't even that far away either, so randomness I think is going to be the lightest on fuel of everyone, bearing in mind he stopped first, so his lap times theoretically, after all he did start at the front of the grid, should be among the fastest on the circuit. Now, and he spins! And a commentator's curse has come through again. Randomness inside spins on lap number 30, and any chance he had, I'm sure, of catching those 2 drivers has just been put to bed. A real shame there, and Tyro's also lost time to AG06. Just as we thought there may be a bit of redemption, I think it's all kind of been put to bed for him there, and that was the last battle we had on circuit as well. Now, Randomness inside with the pit button lit again. Is he going to dive in and had to stop twice today? Because that's going to put the final nail in the coffin. If he has, then he has. Randomness inside stops again, and it's absolutely gut-wrenching. Lap number 30, about 40 minutes into his last pit stop, and Randomness inside is back in the pit lane again. It's utter heartbreak from the man who started at the very forefront of this race and was one of the favourites to cross the line as a winner. He'll now cross the line, may even be outside the top 10. Absolutely gut-wrenching for Randomness inside. He's living up to his name. Both pit stops were totally random, but unfortunately the feeling of despair and sheer disappointment will not be erased for a long time, and he'll go into Donington Park with a big grey cloud over his head, that's for sure. B13 still going strong with AG06 is in! AG06 and Tyro, both are in! Is Luke Sky going to steal something here? 3 drivers are in. Who else is going to follow suit? Luke Sky is going to jump to second. He's bringing Grafindel with him. We said it all along. Nothing is over here in Simraceway until that checkered flag falls. Absolutely remarkable. The final 2 laps. Grafindel now with a sudden spur of motivation, and you can't despair him for that because he's got every right to have it. He's now fighting for second. He's been saving fuel and has unleashed it on Luke Sky 80 to rip second place away from his clutches. Grafindel may have just stolen his highest position in a long time. Unbelievable. You do not get this in any other racing game that's on the market. Simraceway again defying the odds of what you think's acceptable. God forbid they ever open up a betting thing for this game, because it's just going to be madness. No one's going to win any money. The most ludicrous events happen. Even a certain money you could bet on and something last minute would happen. It's the beauty of the game. 9 Raceway has lit the pit button up as well. Who else is going to fall victim? B13 has the button lit. Now he's been fuel saving all race long. He's got 1 3/4 of laps remaining on the clock. Is he going to be diving into the pit lane, or is he going to risk it and stay out? This could be the most heartbreaking thing we may have ever seen. We don't know just yet, but one thing we do know for sure is that this is going to go down to the wire for many, many positions. Prediction there by Pro Driver saying that he thinks Graufinkel is going to come through and win. He may just be right if B1386 has to pit in. Luke Sky has entered the pits as well. So AG06 back up to 3rd. Now Raceway with the button still lit. Tyro down to 5th. Doodle 12 with the button lit but still 6th. Jolly now 8th. And Rikos 9th. This is a bizarre turn of events. I don't think many people would have predicted this. The penultimate lap of the race is underway. If B13 is going to stop, it's going to be now, and this race could be blown wide open. So B13 goes round the corner. Will he bring the car in? No, he's going to risk it. So it's do or die now. He's got about 50 odd seconds apparently to Graufinkel. He's going to have to drive so carefully right now. He is on a tightrope, straight to the side a little, and it will all fall apart from in front of him. It is all or nothing. It is big or bust here for B1386. If he does not make it to the finish line, he's finishing last place. If he makes it, it is glory, it is champagne, and it is a points lead going into round number 3 at Donington. 1 lap separates B13 from either humiliation or huge congratulations on Mothering Sunday. Which one's it gonna be? He stands on the edge of greatness. If he can just guide this car home, you can see already that he's trying to leave it as long as possible. It's definitely squeaky time here as B1386 is trying everything he can to limit the revs to make sure he's not overkilling it. He needs to make it to that start-finish straight. And it is a long straight to make as well, because you've got to go through half of turn number 4 of the oval NASCAR circuit. The question is, has he got what it takes to do? B1386 makes his way onto the oval for the final time today, and I think he's done enough. He's done plenty. B1386 wins the 2nd round of your Car of the Year Championship. What a stunning drive by B13. It's been mostly unchallenged all afternoon, and nearly an hour later B13 is the king of the Auto Club Speedway ring. What a sensational job there. Graufinkel is going to go over the line and take 2nd. A sterling job by Graufinkel. I think that's one of his highest positions for at least this month. Potentially quite some time. Graufinkel will be on top of the world after that. AG06 has done well to recover 3rd after a lacklustre late pit stop, and he was battling the Tyro all the time as well. He's now eked out 12 seconds and secured his spot on the podium. So AG06 rounds out your top 3 with Tyro destined to take 4th place. It'll be Raceway, the first of the SDEVs. And he's slowing down. He's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel. Here comes Jolly. Jolly steals it. Mr. Jolly steals the top 5 from Raceway. Luke Sky still 6th. And Raceway will have his head in his hands. He has lost the top 5. The engine simply ran out of fuel. Raceway 7th and Rikos 8th. Doodle 12 will finish 9th securely. PA should get 10th. Randomness inside down in 11th after that. Unfortunate 2nd stop. It has just not been his race today. Props to him for not giving up. He deserves a massive congratulations for that. Second Ela will take 12th, and out of the race were our 2 retirements, John Daniels and the Flow, both to engine combustions earlier in the race. John Daniels on lap 19. The Flow at turn number 2. But what bizarre yet exciting race that was. Easily one of the most exciting evenings overall we've had for a long time. And I'll tell you what, each week just gets better and better here in Simraceway. If you're still new, as we say, and you want to get involved with this championship where anyone can become a winner, and anyone can win part of a $1,000 prize pool. All you've got to do is get over to simraceway.com and follow your instructions. Round 3 sees us go to Donington Park with the Nissan GT-R GT3, one of my favourite all-time cars, so you won't want to miss that one. And now it's time for the thank you. So again, a massive thank you to every driver that's competed today, and congratulations to all of our winners and podium finishes. It has been a fantastic evening of racing, and you've all done yourselves proud. Thank you to our cameraman, as always, Dimitri, who never fails to amaze me with the amount of work he puts in behind the scenes. Some great efforts there. So to just reward Dimitri for the sheer wizardry he puts on in this broadcast, press the subscribe button on his channel. He definitely deserves it. He comes in here for 4 hours a week, every Sunday, giving 120% to make this broadcast the best it can be, in high quality, with the best camera angles, the best graphics, the best information, the chat. It is beautiful, and we're honoured to be working with him. A massive thank you to Korsako as well, the events administrator, for not only putting this great car and track combo together, not only making all of this possible, but all of the work he does behind Sim Raceway. The man is the heartbeat of Sim Raceway, and he really does deserve all of the praise. His mother in Sunday, I think Korsako is basically Sim Raceway's mother at times. Absolutely beautiful stuff. So a massive thanks to Korsako for everything this championship as well. A big shout out to everyone at the PDC watching, whether you're at Laguna Seca, Sonoma, or even working at home after a long day's work. Our racing instructors, including Nico and Paul. We've got our engineers as well, our designers, everyone that works on the game. And of course, our game CEO, Jonathan Haswell, who has spawned all of this, and the entrepreneur of the Skillquant, which without it would simply be a completely different ballgame. It has revolutionised Sim Raceway and made 2015 in prospect one of the most exciting years possible. So thank you all for tuning into the broadcast. I'll see you at Donington Park next weekend. From myself, Liam Jenkins, have a great week.